7/6 plus. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his fourth straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Sheff spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has one more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Mussina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a 4-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a 2-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from Double-A Erie to make his Major League debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for one of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is, in fact, a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelly Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7/6 plus. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his 4th straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Sheff spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has one more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Mussina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a 4-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a 2-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from Double-A Erie to make his Major League debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for one of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is, in fact, a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelly Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7/6 plus. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his 4th straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Sheff spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has one more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Musina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a 4-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a 2-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from Double-A Erie to make his major league debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for one of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is in fact a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelly Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7 over 6+. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his 4th straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Shef spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has one more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Mussina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a 4-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a 2-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from Double-A Erie to make his major league debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for one of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is in fact a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelly Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7 over 6+. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his 4th straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Shef spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has one more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Mussina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a four-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a two-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from Double-A Erie to make his Major League debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for one of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is in fact a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelley Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7 over 6+. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his 4th straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Sheff spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has one more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Mussina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a 4-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a 2-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from Double-A Erie to make his Major League debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for one of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is in fact a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelley Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7 over 6+. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his 4th straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Sheff spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has one more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Mussina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a 4-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a 2-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from Double-A Erie to make his Major League debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for one of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is in fact a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelly Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7 over 6+. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his 4th straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Sheff spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has 1 more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Mussina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a 4-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a 2-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from Double-A Erie to make his major league debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for 1 of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is in fact a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelly Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7 over 6+. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his 4th straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Sheff spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has 1 more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Mussina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a 4-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a 2-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from Double-A Erie to make his major league debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for 1 of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is in fact a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelly Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7 over 6+. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his fourth straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Shef spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has one more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Mussina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a 4-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a 2-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from AA Erie to make his major league debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for one of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is, in fact, a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelly Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7 over 6+. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his 4th straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Shef spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has one more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Mussina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a 4-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a 2-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from AA Erie to make his major league debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for one of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is, in fact, a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelly Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7 over 6+. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his 4th straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Shef spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has one more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Musina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a 4-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a 2-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from Double-A Erie to make his Major League debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for one of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is, in fact, a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelly Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7 over 6+. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his 4th straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Shef spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has one more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Mussina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a 4-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a 2-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair Jurgens was called up from Double-A Erie to make his Major League debut, but Detroit couldn't support his 7 solid innings of work, producing just 5 hits. Curtis Granderson accounted for one of those hits. His league-best 19th triple scored Brandon Inge in the 8th. Mariano Rivera is, in fact, a human being, that according to Mo himself. He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th yesterday afternoon as the Yanks fell to Baltimore 6-3. The O's led 3-0 going into the bottom of the 9th, but then Shelly Duncan tied it with a 2-out, 3-run homer off Jamie Walker. He now has 6 home runs in 41 at-bats, all 6 coming at Yankee Stadium. The Orioles quickly spoiled the mood as Aubrey Huff jacked a 2-run homer to make it 6-3. Going for the Tigers tonight is Justin Verlander, looking for his 30th W in just his 56th career start. He picked up the 5-2 win against the A's his last time out, striking out 7 over 6+. He's 12-4 with a 3.58 ERA. Opposing the 24-year-old is 38-year-old Mike Mussina. Moose improved 8-7, picking up his 4th straight win with a smooth ride on Saturday. The Yankees put up 7 in the second against Cleveland en route to the 11-2 victory. His ERA has dropped every outing since being shelled by Tampa on July 20th and now sits at 4.5. Mussina will be dealing with a familiar face as Gary Sheffield makes his return to Yankee Stadium. Shef spent 3 seasons in the Bronx before being dealt to the Tigers in the offseason. Sheffield would like to welcome back Joel Zumaya sooner than later, and that may be the case. Zumaya threw a 1-2-3 inning for AAA Toledo in his second rehab outing, and he has one more scheduled for Saturday. The Yankees have their newest member down on the farm. It's first-round pick Andrew Brackman. He signed with 2 hours to spare last night, and the right-hander will report to Class A Tampa. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Verlander against Mussina. First pitch 7:05, and you can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 Eastern. The Detroit Tigers and New York Yankees begin a four-game weekend series in the Bronx with lots of playoff implications on the line. Detroit is tied with Cleveland atop the Central, while the Yanks sit a percentage point behind Seattle for the wild card. Justin Verlander and Mike Mussina will go in the opener. First pitch coming at 7:05 at Yankee Stadium. Detroit comes off a split in a two-game set with the Indians as the Tigers lost last night 5-2. Jair.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
Well, you can tell by the way he uses his walk. No, that's Jeter, not Travolta. I'm sorry. Who else is coming into the stadium today? Mike Mussina, tonight's starter, and Jason Giambi, who will get the start at first base. It's a beautiful evening here in the Bronx, and crowd filing in for the Yankees and the Tigers. And with the Tigers in town, former Yankee Gary Sheffield is in town. It'll be interesting to see how his teammates greet him. And tonight, the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Detroit Tigers in the first of four between these two teams from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball, along with Al Leiter and John Flaherty. I'm Michael Kay. Well, the Yankees have to wash away losing that series to the Orioles. It was not a great series. They lose 2 out of 3. Now they meet the Detroit Tigers. This is a series, obviously, with a lot of postseason implications, and it also features two of the best players in baseball. Just look at the stats on these two guys. Amazing. Magglio Ordonez having one of his best seasons ever, 357, 22 home runs, 108 ribbies, scored 91 runs, and you all know the story of Alex Rodriguez this year, 39 homers, 114 ribbies, 108 runs scored. So I thought I'd put John and Al to work and ask them really tough questions. Who's the MVP? Who's more valuable to his team?
Well, I think if you're the Yankees, Alex Rodriguez, you would not be where you are if you're the Yankees without Alex Rodriguez and what he has done for this ball club throughout the whole year. Magglio Ordonez having a great year. Nobody's going to argue that. But I think the Tigers have enough weapons around him. The Yankees would not be where they are without Alex Rodriguez. He's the MVP for me.
Agree or disagree?
I agree, but I also think that Magglio Ordonez has been much of the offense. And, yes, the Tigers have a very good offense. But you look at Alex Rodriguez's numbers, and it's hard to deny those that not being MVP numbers. I also, too, think that A-Rod will be the MVP.
The biggest difference there is in batting average, but run production and home runs, it goes to Alex Rodriguez. Let's take a look at the pitching matchup tonight, brought to you by the New York Lottery. Justin Verlander will go for the Tigers, 12-8, 3.58. Mike Mussina's pitching great of late. He's 8-7 with a 4.50 ERA. Someone who has not been pitching great of late, Mariano Rivera. Yes, I know it seems very strange. Joe Torre said today he's going to give him a couple of days off. Everything is fine. I'll come back with John Flaherty. We'll break down some of the mistakes over the last couple of days right here on Yes. Tonight for a ball game, it should be one hell of a game between the Yankees and the Tigers. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Yankees Baseball. That's John Flaherty. I'm Michael Kay. Al Leiter will rejoin us in just a moment when we start the game. Mariano Rivera has struggled. An entire city is nervous. Oh, my God, what's happening? What's happening?
You know what, every year Mariano goes through some sort of a struggle, and usually it's a mechanical thing. He doesn't get the ball where he wants to. What you're going to see here is good movement, good action through the strike zone. That's when Mariano's going well. A nice little cut on the outside corner. What's been happening lately, it's more the location of the pitches and the lack of cut right here to Roberts. It just doesn't have that movement in the strike zone. You can see Mariano surprised about it. A close play at the plate. But what we're seeing now, it's still 93, 94 miles an hour, but the action through the zone, the pitch here at Tejada, it's got a little bit of movement, but it doesn't have that sharp action on it. And because of that, he's been getting hit hard. Aubrey Huff is going to get a ball pretty much middle of the plate, and he takes care of it. Mariano goes through this every year. You kind of have to grin and bear it until he gets through it. He'll be fine.
And Joe Torre has said that he will be off for the next day or so. Nothing wrong with his arm, just giving him a little bit of a blow. We come back with the lineups, first pitch, baseball. That's on Yes. Powered by Continental Airlines, the official airline of the Yankees. Honda. See your Honda dealer and discover the great values now being offered. And by Halloween. In theaters everywhere, Friday, August 31st. Nice, hot, humid, perfect for baseball night here at Yankee Stadium. The Yankees have taken the field. Mike Messina's taking his warm-ups, and we're taking a look at the Tigers starting lineup, which is presented by Rico. Curtis Granderson in center field leads off. Marcus Timms, the left fielder, bats second. Gary Sheffield back in Yankee Stadium in a visiting uniform. He'll DH, he'll bat third. Great year for Maglio Ordonez. He's in right field cleaning up. He's had great numbers lifetime against the Yankees. Carlos Guillen, the shortstop, bats fifth. Batting sixth and catching, Ivan Rodriguez. Sean Casey at first base will bat seventh. Batting eighth and playing second base, Ryan Rayburn. And Brandon Inge, the third baseman, will bat ninth.
And on the mound, Mike Messina will be making his 21st start. Came off a very good start in Cleveland, went into the 8th inning, only 89 pitches. There you see his numbers this year. Pitched very respectable. Tried to make it 5 in a row. He's won 4 in a row in his last 4 starts. Let's take a look at the Land Rover pitching scatter report. Moose Tracks, I mentioned that his last 4 starts has been a 4-0 with a 2.84. His previous 6 starts, 1-4 with a 4.67. So he's been on and off. Tiger Tamer in his career, 17-5, very good. And established the fastball. When an aging veteran pitcher lowers his velocity a little bit, you still have to establish your fastball. He had a very good breaking ball and off-speed pitch in Cleveland. Let's see how he establishes fastball early tonight.
Alex Rodriguez takes a look at the baseball. Messina has it, and we are very close to baseball. Brendor Foe, Gary Sheffield. We'll talk about him throughout the night, I'm sure. Yankees against the Tigers. Messina on the mound, Granderson in the batter's box. Let's do it. Beginning of a 4-game set between these two teams. Playoff implications abound. Granderson's numbers are very good. And the pitch is upstairs. We are underway. Let's look at the game time weather conditions presented by Bigelow Tea. It's a hot, humid night. 85 degrees, high humidity, 6 miles per hour wind, and the forecast, unfortunately, is for scattered thunderstorms. High fly ball, deep left center. But right there is Cabrera. One away. IO Digital Cable is the exclusive official HD sponsor for Yankees telecast right here on Yes. You guys pumped up about this?
Yeah.
Good game. Good series.
It is. Should be.
Big series, Michael.
I'm pumped myself. Here's Marcus Timms. Messina's 17-5 lifetime against the Tigers. And in his last 3 starts, he has not allowed a walk. Now, I really think, Al, that Flaherty is laughing at my enthusiasm. He's like giggling on the side over there.
You know what, Al? Major League Baseball players, they keep it on the even keel all year. Big series, you know, even if you're playing a lower division club, Michael Kay gets a little too pumped up at the beginning of these ball games. You got to control the adrenaline.
Oh, you're talking to Mr. Even Keel here, Al Leiter.
Well, he'd be a little streaky, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
There's a strike to Timms. Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish. It's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP, brought to you by Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward.
You know, I can't help myself looking at the velocity, 90 miles an hour. You always pay attention with Mike Mussina early on to see where the velocity is.
Line drive, base hit to left field. Marcus Timms hits a curveball out into left field for a base hit. And that'll bring up Gary Sheffield. Let's hear the reception.
Gary Sheffield, designated hitter, number 3.
You know what? If I could be so bold as to interpret what the fans are doing, they did not like the comments that Sheffield made about the Yankee manager Joe Torre, saying that Torre made decisions based on the color of a player's skin. He did not back off those comments today or yesterday. And in today's New York Times, Jack Curry spoke to him. He said, no, I meant what I said. He said, but I don't think he's a racist, which doesn't make much sense. He's making decisions based on race. That would mean he's a racist. Pitches outside. But Gary has had a history of saying things that he thinks. And I think that he does not edit himself as others do. He just says it. And you were a teammate of his, Al.
But you're pretty much nailing it. I like Chef. I think he is a good teammate. A lot of times you don't really know what he said until after the fact. The next day, something written in the paper.
Had good seasons when he was healthy with the Yankees. The first 2, then obviously the injury last year, and he came back toward the end of the season. Still decent numbers for the amount of games that he played. Gary was asked, will you shake Joe Torre's hand? And they said, you'd have to ask him that. So then Joe Torre was asked, would you shake Gary Sheffield's hand? And Joe said, no, I don't think so. I don't blame him. I mean, those are pretty harsh charges.
No, they're strong words. And, you know, Al, you and I have been in that clubhouse. And, you know, it's tough to say how Gary Sheffield felt like he was treated. But from a teammate's perspective, great teammate. And I mean that by, you know what, he kept his mouth shut in the clubhouse. He showed up every day. He wanted to play, and he wanted to be up in the big spot. So from a teammate's perspective, he's a guy that you love playing with. Now, some of the comments he makes off the field make you scratch your head a little bit. And if I'm Joe Torre and some of those words were directed at me, I'd probably have a different feeling.
Grounded to third. It's off the glove of A-Rod and trickles into left field. That should be an E5 as Sheffield reaches.
Take a look. Gary Sheffield reaches out on a cutter on a 3-1 count, and it's to Alex Rodriguez's left, and clearly a ball that he thinks he should make right there. It just looked like he didn't reach out enough, thought maybe he was going to come up a little bit. Don't know if he would have had time for the double play, but it's going to be an error on Alex Rodriguez at third base.
10th error of the season for A-Rod. Here's Maglio Ordonez. What a season that he is putting together. Now, the Tigers really took a chance on Ordonez when they signed him a couple of years ago. He had microfracture surgery, really bad knee problems, and no teams really wanted to give him the money he thought he deserved, but the Tigers did, and boy, it's paying off.
You talk to people around the Tigers today, they said, you know, the knee is a non-issue. They don't even treat it. Last year it would pop up occasionally, but the numbers speak for themselves. The 22 home runs, 108 RBIs, and the high batting average.
Yeah, we talked about it in the open. There you see Maglio's last 5 years, very impressive. Certainly what he's doing this year is worthy of MVP talk, and it'll come down to A-Rod and Maglio. But he's really benefited from Sheffield being in front of him, because there's always situations like that. Many times where there's runners on base, much more difficult as a pitcher to pitch around a guy. And certainly the protection is pretty deep in this lineup. They have Carlos Guillen, which is typical in this lineup most of the time for Jim Leyland to bat fifth. Ivan Rodriguez sixth. It's a very deep lineup.
407 hitter with runners in scoring position this year. So he's picking up base runners. Count 2-1. This is the type of lineup that Messina is really going to try to manage. Make just the right pitch. He's not going to leave anything out over the plate.
Well, Mike Winters doesn't like that pitch right there, but good sign for Mike Messina. Getting that ball to the outside corner on a right-handed hitter, always a good sign for him early in the ball game. He didn't get the call there, but you're probably going to see him go back there pretty much all night.
Count 3-1.
Well, that's a good point, Flash. When you see Messina, any pitcher to go opposite from his throwing arm, down and away, in this case away from the righty, is difficult because it takes a lot of effort and energy for a pitcher to be able to reach out and get that ball down and away. And most of the time, over 75% of the time, Major League pitchers will throw the ball away, especially early in the count, to any hitter, lefty or righty. And when Moose is on and he's feeling good, as he's obviously been his last 4 starts, that's a spot that he's going to need and want.
(3-1). And Ordonez walks and the bases are loaded. So a first inning jam for Mike Messina.
Take a look at the pitch by pitch here from Messina to Ordonez. Goes with a fastball run back over the plate. Right down the middle pretty much. Gets ahead. You see Ordonez taking that curveball away. And then that pitch was off the plate. We saw the replay. It was off the plate. And then he just basically pitches to him. Try to pitch to the expansion of a good hitter who obviously has not been swinging at many balls, the batting average that he has in the 350s. And then you just take your chance with the next batter. That's the approach right there that Messina took.
Marcus Timms at third, Gary Sheffield at second. Maglio Ordonez is over at first. Here's Carlos Guillen. Guillen 2 for his last 9. Good numbers. Shortstop batting 5th in the lineup. Popped up left side, and that'll make the seats out of play.
You know, that's where a veteran pitcher has to recognize that it's much more important to manage a lineup as opposed to the bravado of getting this hitter out. Lifetime against Guillen, he's 172. Guillen is against Messina. Even though it's bases loaded, you know that you're in a situation. If you have one out, you're always one pitch away from getting out of the inning. Maglio Ordonez 359. There hasn't been many pitchers in the American League fooling Maglio Ordonez this year, and certainly this matchup here for Messina is much better.
Count 1-1.
You hate to take anything away from Mike Messina. Had a great start last time out against the Cleveland Indians, who were struggling offensively. These Detroit Tigers, I mean, they're second in the league in runs, second in the league in home runs. They lead the league in hits, doubles, and triples. I mean, they're an offensive juggernaut, and Mike Messina is going to have a good night tonight. He's going to have to earn it.
And the count 1-2.
You see the location right here. It's a fastball, and it's got a little bit of movement on the outside corner, but Mike Messina's made a little bit of an adjustment. Dropped his arm angle a little bit. Velocity has increased because of that, and he says it takes a little bit more strain on his arm, but velocity's jumped. His stuff has gotten a little bit crisper, so he's going to ride it out as long as he can.
1-2. 2-2.
And I was going to ask you, Al, I mean, were you a guy who changed your arm action a little bit as you see this backdoor cutter? He tries to catch that outside corner. He didn't get it.
Yes, and the reason for it is when you recognize that your velocity isn't plus fastball. Plus fastball in the Major League is above 93. When a pitcher drops his arm down a little bit, you normally get more movement. Usually it's a tailing action. If your hand's on top of the ball and you still drop down a little bit, you get sinking action. That's all he's trying to do, get more movement.
Fouled away. Let's take a look at the Dunkin' Donuts team scouting report on the Detroit Tigers.
You know, the Tigers had a taste of success last year going all the way to the World Series. It didn't work out for them, but this team knows what it takes to win in October now. And grip and rip, we talked about it. They're an offensive team. Second in the league in home runs, second in runs, first in base hits, doubles, and triples, and help on the way. They're looking for Joel Zumaya at the back end of that bullpen coming back on Tuesday. Kenny Rogers, a possibility coming back later on in the year.
2-2. Deep drive, right field, backing up Abreu. Still back, on the track, at the wall. See ya! A grand slam. Carlos Guillen. And the Tigers lead 4-0.
Well, for Mussina's sake and the Yankees' sake, the matchup, that's the matchup he wanted. Now, when you got a lifetime, there's a lot of history here with Guillen. This is a hanging, wasn't a hanging changeup. That changeup was supposed to be down the way. You saw the location of it, was inside. Mussina's just hoping and wishing that ball stays in this park, not with a short porch and right. He didn't hit his location, and you saw what Guillen did with it. But much rather face a guy that you have 30 at-bats and you bet 172 than a potential MVP hitter.
There's Pudge Rodriguez. That's Guillen's third career grand slam, his second this season. And the count 1-0.
You know, it's funny you say that, Al. He had the matchup that he wanted. You know, it comes down to execution. If you make that changeup on the outside corner with a little bit of movement away, it's probably a good pitch. Looked like it was middle, maybe cut down and in.
Oh, that's the difference between what Guillen did. Down and in is always a sweet spot. Fastball, I don't care. Fastball, slider, changeup, something down into a left-hander. They're going to hit it hard, generally, most of the time. You're right, John. The ball that has to be executed away is probably a rollover ground ball to Cano, or that's the intention of it. When you're in a fastball count as a pitcher, you throw that changeup away on a lefty, as you know, getting the hitter out front, down and away, it's a rollover ground ball to the right side.
Crowd kind of stunned by that grand slam, the 2-1. 2-2. Now, you can't point everything to A-Rod's error, but certainly it opened up this inning to a bigger inning. And right now, Mussina's at 26 pitches. And, you know, the pitches you throw now are the pitches that you can't throw in the sixth inning. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, and Rodriguez down on strikes, 2 away.
Well, even with the, you know, Posada going with the sign up and the ball, or the ball is down middle, he gets a strikeout, but he's missing his location. So Mike Mussina clearly struggling here in the first inning. But, you know, Michael, you talk about momentum. You know, the Yankees now all of a sudden have lost 2 in a row, got beat up the second game against the Orioles, lose a tough one yesterday. Now you find yourself down 4-0 to a quality team. You know, you start thinking about, oh, what just happened? We were playing great baseball. Now we're struggling a little bit.
Here's Sean Casey. And there's a strike.
And add Justin Verlander, this young, flame-throwing right-handed pitcher, rookie of the year. He's having a very good year. 12-4 with a very good American League ERA of 3.58. Yeah, you've dug yourself a pretty big hole.
The 0-1. Hit sharply to second. Grabbed there by Cano. And that'll do it here in the first. But the Tigers score 4 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, nobody left. The big blow, a home run of the bat of Carlos Guillen, his 15th home run of the year. Tigers 4, the New York Yankees coming to bat. a look at the Yankees starting lineup that has to make up that deficit, and it's presented by Rico. Johnny Damon's in left field leading off. The captain, the shortstop, Derek Jeter, bats second. Batting third, playing right field, Bobby Abreu. Alex Rodriguez at third base will clean up. Great numbers lifetime against the Tigers. Hideki Matsui DHs tonight. He'll bat fifth, batting sixth, and catching Posada. Jason Giambi is the first baseman tonight, batting seventh. Number 8 hitter is second baseman Robinson Cano, and Melky Cabrera in center field will bat ninth.
And on the mound is Justin Verlander, the young, hard-throwing right-handed pitcher, coming off back-to-back wins against Tampa Bay and Oakland. You see his numbers very respectable. Top-notch kind of pitching numbers and stuff in the American League. Let's take a look at the Van Rover pitching scatter report. Rare bird. 17 wins was the most by a Tiger rookie since Mark Fidrich in 1976. He had 19. And just in time, 7-2 after following Tiger losses. So he's a bit of a stopper for them. And be patient. Yankee hitters, as dominant as Justin Verlander can be, he throws hard and he's young, and he does get a little erratic.
He was the American League Rookie of the Year last year, and usually that's not a portent of good things to come, especially in the very next season. He's only the third pitcher to win at least 12 games after being named the American League Rookie of the Year. The others, Herb Score won 20 games in 1956, and Gary Peters won 20 games in 1964. So just because you had a great first year doesn't mean you're going to have a great second year, as those stats tell you. Johnny Damon wraps one foul. And so far he has survived the SI jinx.
You know what, Michael? I was fortunate enough to do a game in spring training. I don't know if it was you or Kenny, but Verlander did not look good in that start. And you wondered about...
Pop up the center, Granderson. One out.
You wonder about the innings. I mean, it was the first time he threw 180 innings. He was Rookie of the Year. And then in spring training, he came back. His velocity was not good. And basically, it doesn't matter because he's gotten off to a great start this year. And not throwing quite as hard. He's a little smarter on when he lets it go. He doesn't hit 98 all the time. It's more low 90s to mid 90s. Still plenty good enough.
Here's Derek Jeter. If you look at the Yankee batters, except for A-Rod, no one had a real good series against the Orioles. Derek was 1 for 12. Bobby Abreu was 1 for 8. Posada was 2 for 11. Cano was 1 for 10. Melky was 1 for 10. And there's always that balance. You know, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Did the hitters go into a slump, or did they go into a slump because the Orioles sent 3 pretty good pitchers to the mound?
I think it's that, Michael. You face Guthrie, Cabrera, Bedard, and Bedard. You know, that's 3 quality pitchers. I know the Orioles, you know, standing wise, they haven't done well overall for the season. They're playing much better of late since Dave Tremblay's been the manager. But those are 3 quality major league pitchers. And let's face it, major league pitchers make good pitches, quality pitches in the zone. I don't care who the hitter is. It's going to be a tough night.
You know, Kevin Long would take it a step further, Alan. He said Bedard's probably the best pitcher they've seen this year. I mean, you know, just with the stuff that he has and the ability to locate and all those other things, he said he's as good as he's seen. 3 good ones. He's the best of the crop.
Ground ball up the middle and through for a base hit.
Well, Derek gets himself a 3-1 fastball, and he just hits it hard right back up the middle. And, you know, Guillen hit the grand slam in the top of the first inning. One of the things that he doesn't do very well, he doesn't have a lot of range for a shortstop. You see him going to his left right here. Derek just keeps it underneath his glove and gets first base hit for the Yankees. But he's an offensive shortstop, as he proved in the top of the first. Not known for his range. If it's hit to him, he'll catch it, but doesn't go very well to his left and his right. Had some knee problems in his career.
And a hit like that, that's what makes Derek Jeter so difficult to pitch to, and that's why he's as great a hitter as he is. Facing a tough pitcher with good velocity, doesn't try to do too much, is a reason why he's got the 2nd most hits in the American League.
Here's Bobby Abreu. And there's a strike.
talking to a lot of people around the Tigers organization today, they said one thing to look for from Verlander, a little bit more movement. You know, some more sinking fastballs at 93 miles an hour with a little movement. Last year he was more the four-seam power guy.
Time was called. That pitch didn't count.
Well, that's either a product of what you just described, Flash, his first time, you know, since college or minor leagues that he's pitched as many innings. You know, it's either a combination of being a little tired and recognizing it, and then having a little moxie, knowing what you're doing, changing speeds. There you see a 0-1 look like a backdoor little changeup. Or he's now feeling that much more comfortable as a major league pitcher and really understanding that not every fastball has to be your best fastball, velocity-wise.
Yeah, usually it takes some pitchers a few years to realize that. He's realized it in his second season.
Strike three. Dialed it up to 95 there, painted the inside corner. And the 24-year-old registers his first strikeout.
That's about as good as it gets. You see the movement on the fastball tailing back to the inside corner on Bobby Abreu, but fastball away, changeup away. You finish him with a fastball in with movement back to the corner. Good pitching, good execution.
Bobby didn't like that call, but it did clip the inside corner. Here's Alex Rodriguez. And there's a strike. Rodriguez against the Orioles was 6 for 10. Had 4 hits in yesterday's game, including a walk. 4-0. Tigers lead the Yankees on Carlos Guillen's first inning grand slam. Count 0-2.
I guess it's funny to say that he's not throwing as hard, 92, 94 miles an hour, but you know, we saw him last year, 98, 99. Still popping the glove pretty good. You can hear it all the way up here.
The 0-2 pitch. Along with John Flaherty and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. Just underway, bottom of the first inning, and the Tigers lead the Yankees 4-0.
Pudge Rodriguez, the catcher for the Tigers, not nearly as good as he has been in the past. He is aging a little bit, getting up there in age. 26% of the base runners have been caught.
And that'll be a wild pitch as Jeter goes to second.
And maybe some of the age right there too, Alan, trying to block a ball, the movement. It looks like he's just a little bit late getting out there. Slider just sneaks right underneath his glove. Verlander's got a tight slider. You got to be ready for it, anticipate it. Just looked like Pudge didn't get down on that one. Derek Jeter in scoring position with 2 outs.
Well, you could say for anybody being a catcher as long as you were, 35 years old, been catching a long time. Here's a guy who threw out 60% of base runners one year.
Now that's the 16th wild pitch for Verlander. He's first in the American League. Now second is Jeremy Bonderman with 11. So does that mean that's Pudge's fault?
Well,
or these guys just have too much movement?
Yeah, the first thing that pops into my mind, power arms, power slider right there. Bonderman throws hard as a power slider too. I mean, obviously you would expect some wild pitches because of their stuff. Pudge Rodriguez, even whatever age he is out, he's going to be known as one of the tops. I mean, this guy is just very talented. And you know what? When the numbers throwing runners out have slipped, the Tigers probably take it for granted. He's just going to do all the work and throw people out.
Ooh, that got him right on the guard, though. So Alex Rodriguez hit by a pitch. You can hear it up here, but he seems fine, so that did get him on the elbow guard.
Well, this is a changeup, certainly not intentional. Verlander just didn't get the ball to where he wanted to, and that's the little danger of a pitcher getting his hand on the side of the ball. You see how much movement that was, and for Alex's sake, it did hit the elbow pad.
Now, Al says it was a changeup. Makes it sound like it won't hurt, but his changeup's 85 miles an hour, so that had to sting a little bit. Verlander, first in the American League, 16 batters hit by pitches. Here's Matsui. John, does that scare you a little bit if you're at the plate?
You know, it just kind of wakes you up a little bit. Hello, here we go. Hideki says time to go to work, but you know, you dig in there against Verlander, you have to be ready, and Hideki knows that right now.
Don Mattingly and Joe Torre talking things over. There's a strike. Count 1-1.
You know, Michael, I don't know if people, and Al, you know it being in the batter's box, the concentration that you bring up to the plate, it's kind of like a ball comes up at your head like that, and you just blow it off and get ready for the next pitch when you're so locked in.
Fouled straight back here, and that's about as close to our booth as you could get, because we're kind of reset under the upper deck, and that was pretty close to coming in here. And there's no denying John Flaherty made the move for the ball. Wasn't ducking it. Was looking for it, wanted it. Oh. Active.
Where was I?
You could have leaned back. Popped up. Inge. Leans. Did he make the play? No, he did not. Said Mark Wegner, the third base ump. Good effort by Inge. A lot of people in baseball think Inge is one of the best third basemen in the game.
One of the best third basemen. He came up as a catcher, so he's not afraid of contact going into the stands right there. Great athlete. I get signed as a shortstop, was a catcher in the major leagues, makes a transition to third base. Nice Yankee fan gets in the way right there. Nice job.
The guy in the glasses actually is the one who kept him from catching it, because he was right there. He had the ball in his glove. But it's not interference, because once the glove reaches into the stands, then the fan has just as much a right to it as you do. 1-2. Foul back. Now, if the fan had reached over onto the field and done that, then it would have been an out. Ball's actually in his glove for that moment, but so is that fan's fingers.
That was Flash. I think I was that guy.
1-2. Served into left field. It is a base hit. Here comes Jeter. He'll score. An RBI single for Matsui. A-Rod stops at second. Yankees on the board. It's 4-1 Tigers. And for Matsui, an 11-game hitting streak now.
Well, he's out front pulling off a little bit, but you can see he keeps his hands back right here. And that gives him the ability to stay on the ball and just flip it the other way. A big 2-out piece of hitting right here. Get the Yankees on the scoreboard. It didn't look like he was recognized this awfully well. Just kept his hands back good enough to flip it to left field. Get the Yankees on the board.
And a hit like that from Hideki now is over 300. He was at 299 before that at bat. Guys look fooled, but as John just said, body could be out in front, but his hands are back. And as hard as Verlander throws, that was a good piece of hitting by Hideki.
Here's Posada, so the Yankees bring the tying run to the plate here in the bottom of the first. There's that high fastball. You know, you watch Verlander, who obviously his numbers tell you he's an outstanding pitcher. And then you watch Jabba Chamberlain, who also throws hard. And Verlander looks, when he throws his fastball, as if it's max effort. And Chamberlain doesn't. Chamberlain looks kind of free and easy, and there's a huge difference. Mariano Rivera also looks the same way when he throws hard. I don't know what's tougher for a hitter. Maybe rocking you to sleep is tougher for a hitter.
Well, I know what you're saying. And Verlander's a guy with a lot of movement. His hands, his legs, he swings his legs up. He's got a lot of parts. Whereas Chamberlain is very, very quiet. He's got a little leg kick. Doesn't really do much with his arms. And it just explodes out of his.
What's tougher for a hitter, John?
Oh, there's no doubt when a pitcher like Verlander is doing all this stuff in the box, you're ready to hit. You know, a guy like Mariano Rivera, who almost lulls you to sleep, you know, then the ball jumps on you. It's a lot tougher because of the timing of it. You know, and probably the best pitch for Verlander when he perfects it is going to be that changeup, because he has so much movement. And then he comes, he jumps at you and then throws a dead fish changeup. It's going to be an effective pitch. But he's a max effort guy.
A-Rod's at second. Matsui is at first. 1-1. 2-1.
Well, the Yankees would love a big hit right here, but, you know, at least they're making Verlander work. He's going to have to earn every out in this lineup. He's thrown 29 pitches already in this inning, in the first inning. The Yankees might not get him here, but they're kind of planting the seed for the rest of this ballgame. You're going to have to earn every out in this lineup.
2-1. Grounded to second base. Rayburn over to Casey, and that will do it. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left. We've played 1 eventful inning. 4-1 Detroit. Schedule 3 more games with the Tigers tomorrow night. That's on My 9. 3:55 on Saturday. That's on Fox. And then back here on Yes at 1 o'clock. Then the Yankees hit the road. 3 in Anaheim against the Angels. A day off in Detroit. Then 4 more against the Tigers in Detroit. Then the Red Sox come into Yankee Stadium for a 3-game set. And that should be interesting. Here's Ryan Rayburn. Now, Placido Polanco is a really good player, is actually out suffering the effects of the flu, and it's kind of been banging around the Tiger clubhouse the last couple of days. Verlander's actually battling it as well. Anywhere from 4 to 6 players have the bug. That's why Rayburn's starting and not Polanco.
Ryan Rayburn, rookie, scrappy, good fastball hitter, likes the ball out over. He can play up in any position, mostly at second base, but Leland has used him in the outfield.
There's the strike. Tonight's closed captioning is brought to you by your New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut Lexus dealers. Count 3-1. It'll be Rayburn, Inge, and then back to the top of the order, and Granderson.
And Mike Mussina looking for a quick inning here with 8-9-1 coming up. When you got a guy like Rayburn up there, you got to challenge him a little bit more early in the count, pound that strike zone.
Count 3-2.
Pitch count nowadays always a big factor in the starting pitchers, especially Mike Mussina. Doesn't really go up over 100 pitches very often. He's at 34 already. We'd like to see him make a little bit of an adjustment, start dumping that curveball in early for a strike, and then pitching off of that, trying to get ahead a little bit more.
Fouled away. When a pitcher gives up 4 runs, do you have to talk him down off the ledge? Is it a case where there's a chance he just folds his tent when he gives up 4 runs early, 5 runs early?
Oh, not at this level. I mean, you know, and especially the magnitude of these games.
Driven into right center field. That is going to be a base hit. And get past Abreu, and it will go to the wall as Rayburn will stop with a leadoff double.
Now, these guys are all competitors out there trying to get the job done, but I think if you're Jorge Posada, you're going to start talking about pitching ahead. Rayburn gets a ball out over the plate. You look at the head down, nice swing. But if you're Jorge Posada and Mike Mussina, you got to start talking a little bit more about first pitch strikes. He's been behind in the count to almost every hitter, and he's paying the price for it.
Just to further that, Michael, if any pitcher, and it's fleeting, sometimes it goes in and out. that if you think that you talk him off the ledge, you're going to have a bad start. You have to continue to realize that it's about making your pitches. It's still early in the game, and you trust that your offense is going to score some runs.
Inge rockets one past A-Rod and down the left field line. That'll score Rayburn. Inge will stop at first with an RBI single, and the Tigers now lead 5-1. He hit that so hard, A-Rod really had no time to react.
Well, when he took the advice, he threw a first pitch curveball right over the middle of the plate, tried to get strike one, banking that Brandon Inge would not be swinging. And obviously he was. He drills this ball down the left field line. Johnny Damon does a nice job of hustling it up and getting it in. Like you said, Michael, just drilled right over Alex Rodriguez's head. And when you throw that first pitch curveball, you're banking that the hitter's going to take a look at it. He's going to see curveball, not swing at it. Brandon Inge was ready.
Here's Granderson. And there's a strike. Now that's a strike, but he missed Posada's target by the width of home plate, so that's not a good sign for Messina.
And Al said it perfectly. You have to concentrate on the fact that the Yankees have been swinging the bat well, just not the last two games. But they've been hot lately for the last month or so, so you got to keep your club in the ball game, limit the damage.
There's a strike, count 0-2.
Well, also, what else is there? You build up to your start. You realize that you start out with a shutout or something magnificent, and as the game plays out, you have to deal with what you have. And obviously, to throw up a 4-spot first inning, that's not what you want, but you still got to battle through it.
Runner goes. Throw to second is on the shortstop side and not in time. Stolen base for Inge. Seventh stolen base for Inge. He's been caught once.
Detroit Tigers are up on their scouting reports. They know Mike Mussina hasn't done a real good job of holding runners this year. And Brandon Inge, not known as a burner, but he gets a good pitch to run on, a curveball in the outside corner. No chance for Jorge Posada.
Inge came up as a catcher and it really made the transition to third base flawlessly. High fly ball right field. Abreu tagging is Inge. Here's the throw. Not in time. One out, runner on third.
When you're winning 5-1, you can take some chances. Bobby Abreu with a good arm in right field. Gets off a strong throw just up the line a little bit. If you're Brandon Inge, you can kind of force the action knowing your ball club is ahead by 4. You can take some chances out on the base paths, and he gets away with it.
Now the Yankees have to bring the infield in. Don't want it to be any more than 5-1. And that makes Marcus Thames probably a 361 hitter, because they say it adds about 100 points to your average when the infield comes in. Knocked down by A-Rod, scrambles after it, and they just got Thames, and Inge stays put. There was a split second when the ball was dropped by A-Rod, he gave up, and then he realized he still had time.
Well, this was a combination of both how hard Thames hit that ball and A-Rod having enough time, because of Thames isn't quite as one of the faster runners. You see, he took his time, A-Rod did, got his feet underneath him, made a good throw.
Take a look at the Bacardi scouting report. Welcome back with a question mark. You said it earlier, Michael, friend or foe. And he feeds off the controversy. Gary seems like one of those guys, when there's controversy out there, he rises to the occasion. And he's in the big house. He's got some great numbers here at Yankee Stadium over his last 162 games. 310 with 43 home runs, 153 RBIs.
Breaking ball is outside. You know, we talked earlier about, Gary says some things that make you wonder if the editing valve is working, but everyone you talk to that was his teammate says he's a great teammate. And the media likes him. He's a nice guy. It just makes you scratch your head when he says some of the things that he says. The 1-0. Did he go? No. Count 2-0.
Well, one thing you do know about Gary Sheffield, coming into Yankee Stadium for 4 games, after all the comments that he made, he will be ready to play this weekend. You know that he'll have a good performance. He's just that type of a player. You love him as a teammate. He makes you scratch your head with some of the things that he says.
He's hit just 1 home run in his last 19 games, so his power has gone south. His resume is impressive. 20 big league seasons, 9-time All-Star, batting champion in the National League in '92, closing in on 500 home runs, a championship with Al Leiter in '97 with the Marlins. And he walks, and that was kind of an unintentional, intentional walk.
Well, especially when you get behind on Gary, and I'm sure he wants to have a great series here at Yankee Stadium. And Flash just showed his numbers there. You see the pitch count. It's not good here in the second inning. 46 pitches, averaging almost 25 an inning. Just to further Flash, I agree. Chef, I played with him in Toronto and also a little bit here with New York, and he's a good guy. And I think for whatever reason, certain players feel like they need to say something maybe sensational. He's smart enough to know that what he says is going to get the attention. I don't know whether that's part of it or he really meant it. I just think that over the years, Gary Sheffield has said enough things to make, like you said, just make it And it's not disruptive in the clubhouse. You know, there's some guys where they're loud and you just know that they're in the way and they're obnoxious to something. Not Gary. I mean, he's really a good teammate and very quiet.
Very quiet. I mean, a guy that just goes to his locker, gets his bat ready, and you know at 7:05 he's going to be ready to go, give you some quality at bats. But you're right, it never spills over into the clubhouse. It never really causes any ill feelings until he goes to another organization and says some of these things. Then you got to think about it a little bit differently.
I think the thing that really got everybody's attention this time, because he said outrageous things before, even earlier this year, about Latin players, but he's saying about Joe Torre, who's an iconic figure in New York, who is really not like that. Joe Torre is a really good man, and he's not like that, what Gary Sheffield's saying, and it just stood out. Ground ball up the middle and through for base hit. An RBI for Ordonez, scoring his Inge, and Sheffield goes to second. So it is 6-1.
Well, there's a reason why he's leading American League in hitting. You see what he does with that fastball. Good little moving fastball that's on the outside part of the plate. Maglio Ordonez is batting .357, had a fantastic year, stays on that ball and hits it up the middle.
You know, Michael, getting back to your point about Joe Torre, I think he's handled this whole thing perfectly by just basically not addressing it. You know, you're not going to get in a match with Gary Sheffield, a verbal match with him. He just says, you know what? I'm comfortable with how I treated him. I thought he was a good teammate. I thought we had a good relationship, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
It's also a hard point to defend. I mean, how do you prove it? You just have to let your body of work and life be your proof. And when the Yankees were in Cleveland, Kenny Lofton stepped up and defended Joe Torre. He said, I was misrepresented what I said. He said, Joe Torre didn't play me because I stunk. He didn't want somebody who stunk in the lineup. He said, had nothing to do with black or white. Guillen with a fly ball to left. Johnny Damon puts it away, and that'll do it. But 2 more big runs for the Tigers. 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 men left. We go to the bottom of the second. It's 6-1 Detroit. George Herman Babe Ruth passed away. Arguably one of the greatest ball players of all time. Changed the game. Brought the home run into vogue. And he actually was laid to rest, or was lying in state here at Yankee Stadium. And crowds around the block to view the body of Babe Ruth. And this was and is the house that Ruth built. And he christened it with a home run in 1923 when the Yankees beat the Red Sox 4-1. So a sad day in baseball history, 59 years ago today. We go to the bottom of the second inning, 6-1 Detroit. Jason Giambi takes a pitch outside, 1-0. High fly ball, center field. Granderson, 1 out. And then 1 year ago today, right across the street, behind the left field bleachers, the Yankees had their groundbreaking ceremony for the new ballpark. All the luminaries, Yankee owner George Steinbrenner on hand, then Governor Pataki and Mayor Bloomberg. They all put the shovels in the ground to start that ballpark, which is being built on time, ahead of schedule even, and on budget. And that's all you can ask from any construction project. And the Yankees will open that new ballpark opening day of 2009. So a year ago today, they officially broke ground. And Mayor Bloomberg is here watching this game. Check swing by Cano. He did not go. Mayor Bloomberg was here early, and John Flaherty and I were just blown away that Al Leiter had Mayor Bloomberg on speed dial. Hey, Mayor, how you doing? I mean, that's huge. That's not even big time. That's huge. Line drive to left. Marcus Timms hauls it in. 2 away.
There aren't too many guys who can call the mayor and get on his golf swing.
Right.
How about that, Michael?
No, I was getting on him about him getting on my golf swing.
Right, because he had gotten on Al's golf swing to me. I said, oh, Al's working tonight. This was 2 weeks ago. He said, tell Al he's got a terrible golf swing. But, I mean, the ability to just speed dial. I think it was under Bloomy, too. That's what was amazing. Good stuff. And I have Al on my speed dial, so almost like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. I have Mayor Bloomberg then on mine. There's a strike to Cabrera.
Just don't know what to say, Michael.
Not much to say. Now they are. Home plate umpire turns around and has some words with Joe Torre. Home plate umpire is Mike Winters. Been a lot of that the last couple of days, barking about strikes, and the umpires' fuses seem to be very short these days. The dog days of August. Count 1-1. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not.
Just watching Verlander, he does everything you want a pitcher to do. He works fast. He's got good stuff. Seems like the hitters are kind of on their heels a little bit because he's attacking them, working fast in a good rhythm.
And the 3-1 strike. Along with John Flaherty and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. Bottom of the second inning, Tigers. It's been all Tigers early, 6-1. Sliced the other way, but foul. Popped up behind the plate and out of play. Kind of a haze over the stadium. Maybe the humidity or the forecast for thunderstorms makes it seem kind of hazy. Check swing and another foul ball. Well, that could be a salvation that the Yankees are working on. We mentioned they're making Verlander work. He's at 43 pitches here in the second inning.
Well, every once in a while you see a young pitcher come up and you really see the reason why he was the #1 pick. Verlander in 04 was the second pick in the draft. And he shows it. He's thrown a no-hitter earlier this year against Milwaukee in June. And as you were saying, Flash, you know, a guy that's as young as he is, 1 year. Signed in 04, 05. He went from A-ball, AA to the big leagues, and then last year he's Rookie of the Year. And he's got the whole package, the way I see it. The composure, the delivery, the mindset, and he's learning how to pitch on the job, and he's doing a very good job at it.
Here's Johnny Damon. He flew out to center in the first. And a strike. Count 1-1 on Damon. Damon's 7 hits in his last 20 bats. He's been a much better hitter over the last month or so. His average had dropped all the way to 230. He's now up to 258. But now his playing time has become a bit sporadic. He doesn't play against some lefties. Joe Torre has really an exceptional bench now where there are players that are used to playing every day. Shelley Duncan with a big 3-run home run yesterday. You've got Wilson Betemit there, Jose Molina. A lot of guys that can come off the bench and contribute. Damon didn't start yesterday. Giambi didn't start. Cano didn't start.
Is that called healthy competition, Michael? You know, you're going to have to earn your at-bats right now. A guy like Jason Giambi, get in there, you have to do the job. Johnny Damon, the same thing. Shelley Duncan gets a big home run yesterday to tie it up. You know, you get your chance to play, you have to earn your playing time.
Runner was going on 2-2. Damon protecting the plate, fouls it away.
And Joe Torre recognizes that it's a good problem when you have that many quality players and some of them sit in the bench and they don't want to sit there. But what Joe does well, and he recognizes, he's got to have Johnny Damon. He's got to give these guys enough at bats, a little breather. Yes, there's only so many positions and spots in the lineup, but he gives enough at bats during the week for these guys to stay fresh, or tries to.
So they're making Verlander work. Now he's up to 50 pitches, and the count is full at 3-2. Casey will drop behind Cabrera at first. 30 strikes, 20 balls. There he goes. High pop-up. Shallow right field. Ordonez and Granderson. And Granderson in right center puts it away for the final out of the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left on base. We played 2 at the stadium at 6-1 Detroit. Guys on Fios, TV, internet, and phone. Nate Robertson will go for the Tigers, 7-9, 5.01. Andy Pettit for the Yankees, pitching much better of late, 9-7, 3.93. And the coverage begins at 7 p.m. on My 9. We go to the third inning. Pudge Rodriguez leads off. He struck out in the first. Coors Light scoreboard, 6-1 Tigers. As a catcher, John, do you marvel at the career of Pudge Rodriguez?
Oh, certainly. I mean, you know, when he was with Texas and the talent he had, the way he threw runners out and hitting all those home runs and all that stuff. But, you know, 35 years old, still being able to move behind the plate. Obviously, he's not as thick as he once was, hitting all those home runs. He's a little bit leaner behind the plate than he has been over the past couple of years. But, you know, he's the whole package behind the plate, a great offensive player. And Jim Leland raves about him back there.
Now, Rodriguez took a chance signing with the Tigers, and really both sides took a chance. And you see what they got when they got Pudge Rodriguez. 17 big league seasons, 14-time All-Star, 12 Gold Gloves, most ever by a catcher. He won the American League MVP in '99, and he was also on that World Championship '03 team with the Marlins, and he was the NLCS MVP. But he signed a 4-year deal for about $10 million a year with the Tigers. At the time, they said, well, why would you do that? You just had to be going there for the money. You know, they're so dreadful. But he was part of the turnaround, and he changed the culture in Detroit. And now there are players that want to play for Detroit because they've got a great manager, they've got a great front office, they've got a real good owner that's willing to spend money. And he was part of the big turnaround. He's one of the first guys who decided to take a chance on Detroit.
Said perfectly. And, you know, to be perfectly honest with you, Pudge Rodriguez did not have a great reputation of working with pitchers early on in his career in Texas. And I don't know if you heard the same things, Al, but, you know, clearly he goes to Florida, gets them a World Series title, comes over here to Detroit, gets them to the World Series. So he's doing something right. I don't know if he has matured as a receiver back there working with his staff, but whatever he's doing it right now.
Well, you know, and you could further on this. When he went to the Marlins, he credits Jeff Torborg. Jeff Torborg, ex-big league manager, ex-Yankee coach, and an ex-big league catcher. And Jeff Torborg sat him down and said, look, Pudge, you're a great offensive catcher and also throwing runners out, but you got to know the hitters. You got to know how to set guys up. You have to know your staff. You know, there's guys.
Casey with a fly ball to left. Damon. 2 outs.
There's guys that can receive, they can throw runners up, but they really don't know their staff, and they end up just putting numbers down. And he really, really took a concerted effort with the impetus behind what Jeff Torborg was telling him, and really, really helped that Marlin team win a championship.
Now, in his early years with Texas, there were rumors, I don't know if you guys ever heard it, that he would call all fastballs with runners on base because he wanted to throw people out. And is that part of learning the pitchers, or the selfishness of wanting to have 60% stolen base rate?
Yes.
Exactly right. I think he's just gotten to the point now where he said, you know, winning is pretty awesome as opposed to just his individual numbers. You know, the guy is just so talented that he could just go out there with his ability, be an all-star player. But now he's a total package, working a pitching staff. And I didn't know that story, Al, so I'm glad you relayed it to me, because being a catcher who had to work with a pitching staff, didn't have his ability, it's refreshing to see a star player like that kind of graduate behind the plate.
Rayburn with a ground ball at third. There are also stories that used to hear that Pudge just wouldn't go to pitchers meetings. He was going to call the game the way he was going to call the game. He didn't go to pitchers meetings in Texas.
And that's why there was such a big respect for Mike Piazza across town. You know, because he had a reputation of working with pitchers.
He did. He didn't have nearly the arm of Pudge Rodriguez, and not too many ever did throw the way Pudge. Maybe Johnny Bench. You lose your respect for your pitching staff, and as great as you are offensively, and you got a cannon for an arm, if you show that behavior, you're basically showing you really don't care about your pitchers. And I've always felt I want a great relationship with my catcher. I want to be on the same page, and I want him to know what I'm thinking and how I'm thinking. Not only me, but the next guy and the next guy. That's a great catcher.
Now, in fairness, we're telling stories about the old Pudge. He is moving and has moved toward that now, and he is the consummate catcher. He goes to the catcher's meetings. He really has gotten to know his pitching staff, and he doesn't call fastballs all the time just to throw people out.
Jim Leyland, Flash and I were standing with Jim, and we were talking around the batting cage today, and he purposely singled out Pudge, didn't he? He said this guy comes to work and he gives it his all. He's not always healthy, and he's not always feeling 100%, but he gives everything he's got, And just really, Leland showing the appreciation for a great player, probably a future Hall of Famer.
Coming from an old school manager like Jim Leland, quite a compliment.
2-2. Rip to left. Damon back. He's there. And a 1-2-3 inning for Mike Messina here in the third. Well, we played 2.5 here at the stadium. Tigers lead the Yankees 6-1. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network. Cable, the leader in HD, and HD is free with IO. And by Jeep, a growing lineup of legendary vehicles. I have no line. This could be his last stand. I guess he was expecting a shootout between these two teams, but it's 6-1 Tigers. Fouled away. Coors Light scoreboard 6-5-0. Detroit 1-2-1 for the Yankees. Jeter, Abreu, and A-Rod here against Verlander. Verlander actually made his debut against the Yankees in the postseason last year. Pitched very, very well. Yankees lost that series in the division series in 4 games. And the Tigers actually shut out the Yankees for 20 straight innings. And the longest they had been shut out last year was 13 straight innings in the regular season. They dominated the Yankees in that series, 309, 246, more runs, more home runs, and they pitched much better. But one thing that the Tigers did is they showed that the old adage that you have to go into the postseason hot, it's just not true, because they limped into the postseason. They barely got into the postseason. They squandered their lead in the Central, gave up the Central Division title to the Twins, and most people thought it would be an easy walkover for the Yankees. It was not to be. The Yankees just didn't get it done. They were in first place until the last day of the season. They lost their last 5 games. They did not have a good September, but they did get in, and all you have to do is get into the tournament. The World Series matched up 2 very unlikely teams, the Tigers, and then the team with the worst record of the 8 playoff teams, 83 wins by the Cardinals. They ended up winning the World Series.
Well, it all changes quickly. I mean, it can change in the matter of 1 game. It can change in the matter of 1 pitch or 1 at bat. And it was game 2 for the Tigers that changed the momentum in that series, and then they just kind of rolled it out. But, you know, even from the Yankees' perspective now, a few games ago, they were rolling offensively. We were talking about 9 guys who were locked in. All of a sudden, you face a couple of good young pitchers with Baltimore, and you start thinking about it a little bit.
Another base hit for Derek Jeter. He's 2 for 2.
We talk about it all the time, what a game of momentum it is. And Derek Jeter again gets a fastball out over the plate and just drives it up the middle. This time to the right side of second base as opposed to the left side his first at bat. But clearly the approach, middle of the field, don't try and do too much. It's another base hit for Derek Jeter.
Jeter talking with Sean Casey. Sean Casey is known as one of the great talkers in baseball. You get to first base, he never stops. And he is just a genuinely nice guy.
His nickname the Governor or something like that?
Governor, the Mayor, something like that, yeah.
I was standing around with Kim Jones before the game. I said, Sean, would you just do something that would like get at least a couple players that would say, you know, who's the nice guy in the big leagues? Well, Sean Casey. Just do something off color. He can't. He really is that nice of a guy.
Count 1-0 to Abreu. 58 pitches for Verlander. Count 2-0. You know, the 6 runs that the Tigers have scored have somewhat obscured the fact that Verlander is not ultra sharp tonight. He's held the Yankees to just 1 run, but he's thrown a lot of pitches. His next pitch will be the 60th of the night. Still nobody out in the 3rd.
We'll start talking about that pitch count. The most pitches he's thrown this year, 120. So the Yankees clearly making him work. Are going to go to work against their bullpen some point tonight. Going to try and chip away against Verlander. You see pitching coach Chuck Hernandez with the Tigers.
And it has been in this bad streak for the Tigers of 14-20 since the All-Star break. They've been hitting, they've been scoring, but their starters' ERA is 6.64. They haven't been doing as good a job. What does that mean? That means they're not getting deep into the game. The Yankee hitters are doing just that. Even though the deficit is by 5, you want to get to this bullpen that has been taxed. Their ERA during this period of time is in low 4s. But if you could get to the bullpen before you get to Fernando Rodney, Todd Jones is 4th in the league in saves. You get to those middle guys, that's where you get an opportunity to get some better pitches, and obviously a guy that doesn't have as good a stuff.
A strike to Abreu in the count 3-2.
Well, kind of like what the Yankees did yesterday. You get Bedard out of the game, and then you go to work against that Baltimore bullpen. Shelley Duncan with the big 3-run homer gets you right back in it. They weren't able to pull the game out, but same sort of philosophy here.
Fouled away.
I mean, is that something that, and I've never been in hitting meetings, scouting meetings, you know, it's pitching meetings and then the hitters go, but is that something that is talked about much with a hitting coach saying, you know, this guy's tough, their middle relief isn't as good? I don't know, you know, make them work.
Oh, it is talked about. I mean, mainly it's like, oh, facing a guy like Al Leiter, who's going to throw a lot of balls, so make him work, make him throw it over the plate.
Driven deep to center field. Going back, Granderson. Still back. Track. Wall. See ya. 2-run home run, Bobby Abreu. Yankees right back in it. Tigers now lead 6-3.
Bobby Abreu hits his 13th home run of the year. He gets a fastball right down the middle, but what he did before that, fouling off the tough pitches, and then eventually he got one that he can drive. Bobby knew he hit it well. He probably thought it was going to clear the fence by a little bit more, but plenty enough to get it over the center field wall. And Bobby Abreu not only showing pull power, showing power to center field and to the left of center. Very impressive.
13th home run of the year for Abreu. He now has 81 runs batted in, which really is remarkable when you consider the long stretches of ineptitude that he had at the plate earlier this year. There's a strike to A-Rod, a breaking ball. Before the game, Alex Rodriguez, to commemorate his 500th home run that he hit in the last homestand, given the key to the city by Mayor Bloomberg. High fly ball, right field. Ordonez there, and there's one out. And that brings to mind when David Wells pitched his perfect game. They had a special ceremony at City Hall. Rudolph Giuliani, the mayor at the time, to present him with the key to the city. And they gave David the key to the city, and as only David could, he said in the microphone, he goes, "This is a mistake. I should not have the key to anything." But nice light moment at City Hall. Here's Matsui. Rip foul. Last time up, Matsui with an RBI single left. And a strike.
Watching this ball game, it makes me think about what a different personality this Yankee team has right now. You know, you get behind early against a good young right-hander, and it seems like there's a lot of fight in these Yankees lately.
Ground ball up the middle and a base hit.
The ability to keep grinding out at bats, fouling off pitches here. Matsui gets a curveball down in the zone. He's able to stay with it, just drive it right back up the middle. But even a ball game like yesterday, you're down 3-0 in the bottom of the 9th inning. You had that feeling like the Yankees have some fight in them that maybe a month ago they did not have. No deficit too big for the Yankees these days. Feel like they can slug with anybody.
So Matsui 2 for 2 against Verlander. And here is Jorge Posada, who grounded out to second in the first. Crowd getting into it. Fly ball down the left field line, giving chase. Marcus Timms on the run, slides, and he makes the play. Nice play by Timms. He had to go a long way and hauled it in for the second out.
Marcus Timms showing some range here. Posada thought he got that fastball late on it from Verlander. Nice sliding catch from Marcus Timms, keeping his eye on the ball all the way. Nice play. Going a fair amount of distance there to the line. Not a whole lot of foul territory here at Yankee Stadium. Mindful of the wall.
Here's Jason Giambi. It was announced today by the commissioner's office that there would not be any discipline of Giambi for the comments that he had made to USA Today. And he had subsequently met with George Mitchell, who's running the investigation into substance enhancement and illegal substance enhancement. And they said that Giambi was so helpful in the questioning that there was not going to be any discipline at all. That Commissioner Selig said that Giambi has been great in dealing with charities, giving of time and of money, and that he did not think that any kind of discipline was warranted. The 1-1. There's a strike, 1-2. 6-3 Tigers lead. 2-run home run by Abreu. Crowd still buzzing about that. Looks like it's the 32nd sellout of the year here at Yankee Stadium. We'll get the official numbers a little later on. Now Verlander, his next pitch is his 75th. 25 pitches an inning is not good.
You see where Maglio Ordonez is. He's basically covering against the home run. But even though the second baseman is playing where he is, Rayburn.
And the only one who had to be in position was Pudge Rodriguez as Giambi down on strikes. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 1 left. The big blow, Bobby Abreu's 13th home run of the year, his 80th and 81st runs batted in. We go to the 4th. Tigers 6, Yankees 3. Aflac trivia question here, top of the fourth inning, and the question is: Justin Verlander won the 06 American League Rookie of the Year award. Who was the last starting pitcher prior to him to win the award? Now I have to check with the powers that be. Can I give a clue? All right, just this once. The answer to the trivia question is on Al's speed dial.
And it's not Mayor Bloomberg.
It's not Mayor Bloomberg. No, I'm sorry, you've got it wrong. It's not Mayor Bloomberg.
I've seen him throw. It's definitely not him.
See, John, that's huge. When you could mock the mayor.
I'm not mocking.
My
Come
goodness.
on.
You said
No.
you've seen him throw.
Well, to be Rookie of the Year, MVP.
Pitch to Inge is outside 1-2.
Now, if I did that, his whole security force down there would be rushing up to the booth.
That's right. There'd be a two-man booth up here.
Yep.
You'd work hard if he was on the mound. John Flaherty, he's got a good changeup.
Well, let's put it this way. He's made a lot more money than any ball player ever. He's been pretty successful. Billions. John, billions.
You just love that, don't you, Mike?
I love billions. 2-2. This is an important inning for Messina. Team got him runs back. He's got to shut down the Tigers right here. It's 6-3. Yankees are in the ball game. 3-2. High fly ball, right field. And there's one away.
You know, and as I watch Mike Mussina tonight, it doesn't look like he has bad stuff. He's just having problems throwing strikes early in the count, getting ahead. He kind of figure it out on the fly here in the fourth inning, maybe get himself on a nice little run, could get to the sixth.
Here's Granderson. There's a strike. Now, here's a good question to ask you, John, because you caught Mike Messina. I was talking with Joe Kerrigan the other day, the Yankee bullpen coach. He said, nothing bothers me more. He said, because I watch the tapes of the games, even the away announcers. He goes, people say that Mike Messina throws a knuckle curve. He said he does not throw a knuckle curve. He said, what if he used to? He said, now it's a one-finger curveball. He said, that's different than a knuckle curve. Do you agree or disagree?
I'm going to answer that question very honestly.
Okay.
I don't care what kind of a curveball he throws as long as it works.
Line drive to center field base hit.
You know, that's a cutter right there that's over the middle of the plate, but I have never once asked a pitcher, how do you grip that? I never asked Al when I caught him, I think, one inning together with the Yankees. And here, a little slider, maybe cutter, middle of the plate. But I've never asked a pitcher, how do you grip that ball? I just want to see the action and the break so that it's a pitch I can go to.
All right, well,
so,
in defense of us up here, here's a guy who did throw a knuckle curve, and maybe we can get something from the truck here, seeing him with his one-finger curveball. But if he's thrown, which he has in the past, and if he's changed and modified his finger, okay. So semantically, he's not throwing a knuckle curveball, he's throwing a one-finger curveball, which he's probably thrown off his index finger.
Right.
But as Flash is saying, it's a matter of whether is it a good pitch, is it down, it's got good spin.
you would change grips all the time, wouldn't you? I mean, depending on what was working for you.
I wasn't able to throw a knuckle curve, but there's a lot of guys that will throw a curveball. Usually, a knuckle curveball is one knuckle up, and it's the index finger, and you throw it off your middle finger. So if he's not throwing a knuckle curveball, okay.
Whatever he's throwing, it's working lately, so stick with it.
There's a strike to Marcus Toombs. Along with Al Leiter and John Flaherty, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. Tigers lead the Yankees 6-3. We thank you for joining us on this Thursday evening, the beginning of a 4-game set between these two teams. Granderson at first has 14 stolen bases. Been caught just once, so the Yankees have to pay attention to him. Now Marcus Timms against Messina. Today he's 1 for 2. Lifetime he's 4 for 6.
Michael, you mentioned the 14 stolen bases for Granderson. Am I reading this right? Gary Sheffield, 18 stolen bases this year, leading the Detroit Tigers. Only been caught 4 times.
Well, between those two, it's put the Tigers 8th in the league in stolen bases. Granderson's going.
Now, you said that before he delivered. What did you see?
You could see anytime. Now, Moose can't see it. As a lefty, when I come set, obviously I'm looking at first base. I can see that. You can see runners that are antsy and want to run. Curtis Granderson's a guy that's going to steal. He steals for the Tigers out of 14. He's only been caught once. Watch him leaning. Look at him. I mean, he's ready to go like a sprinter. Leaning. That's where you either step off or throw over.
But Messina can't see that.
Well, you should be able to peek with your left eye.
Leaning again. And you know, you face the Tigers, Jim Leland and his staff, they're going to be prepared. I mean, they know Mike Messina has not done a good job holding runners on this year. 19 out of 20 now, and Granderson just looking to take advantage of that. Brandon Inge took advantage earlier. So, you know, Jim Leland and his coaching staff, they're going to be as prepared as anybody coming into Yankee Stadium.
One-two, grounded softly to first. Grabbed there by Giambi, and they get Timms. That's good coverage by Messina. And Messina calls time, and he walks slowly back to the mound.
Giambi making a good play, getting there. Not quite as much range, perhaps, as he once had, but makes a good flip. This is a tough play. A lot more difficult than Messina and Giambi showed here. So off the end of the bat, you see Moose realizing he's got a bust. Now it's a race between you and the runner. Just getting Timms.
Yesterday, the youngster Phil Hughes was late covering first base against Tyke Redmond, and that was a big part of the ballgame. Allowed 2 runs to score to go from 1-0 to 3-0. And here's Gary Sheffield. That's why you heard the boos during the replay. Sheffield reached on an E5 and walked. First base is open again. Count 1-0.
You know, thinking about this ball game coming to the park today, I was thinking about how do you pitch Gary Sheffield, and you have to make him think about the ball on the inside part of the plate. He's a great pull hitter, but usually he wants the ball out over to hook that ball, to pull it. It's a bad matchup for Mike Messina in the fact that he does not like to throw the ball inside on either righties or lefties. So you figure, we saw it his first or the second at bat, he walked Gary on 4 pitches on the outside corner, most of them balls off the plate. You would figure Mike Messina would try to get him to expand off the plate away, and if he wants to swing at it, fine. If not, he'll just walk him.
Driven deep to left field and foul.
That's exactly what Gary Sheffield wants to do. He wants to look for the ball out over the plate and try and pull it and hook it. He just hooked that one foul. But if you can make him think about the ball inside where he's pulling line drives foul, you'll be able to get him away. And you can see the third base coach, Gene Lamont, he doesn't want any part of that. I've seen Yankee coaches back in the day do that same thing. Luis Sojo.
Haven't faced Chef enough. It amazes me, and he's a great hitter. He's there. You see the active homers creeping up on Frank Thomas,
and 21 away from 500. Gary Sheffield.
He's a 297 lifetime hitter. He's as good a fastball hitter, certainly when he was younger, as anybody who's swung in the major leagues, swung a bat in major leagues. But he still is a very good off-speed hitter, and he keeps his hands back as well as any hitter. That wiggle that he uses when he was drafted out of high school in Tampa by the Brewers, he had to incorporate some timing mechanism because he was out in front of everything. And the wiggle, he said, while in El Paso in the minor leagues with the Brewers, he moved it it actually slowed him down because he was hooking everything foul. He was out in front of everything, and just incorporated that bat wiggle as he proceeded in his fine major league career.
2-2. Ground ball to Cano. Boy, Gary's really running well. And he is out to end the inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and one man left. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Tigers lead the Yankees 6-3 on Yes. Justin Verlander achieved a level of baseball immortality when he no-hit the Milwaukee Brewers. Ordonez made the last out. Verlander gets the big hug and a no-hitter in his second season. Go to the bottom of the fourth. Here's Cano. 1-0. Can you put into words, Al, what that feels like when you finish a no-hitter?
Well, I know my no-hitter, it wasn't about winning the game. And what was the score there? I don't know. If it was a competitive game, you're still thinking about winning the game. My no-hitter with the Marlins happened to be 11-0 against Colorado, and it was just as to whether it was going to be a no-hitter or not. It's an unbelievable feeling, but having been part of World Championship teams, too, you feel a little bit isolated to some point. You know your teammates are happy. Charles Johnson was the catcher for me. And you're hugging and you saw the excitement, but it's not nearly as much as a playoff or a team collective.
Here's Al Leiter's no-hitter with the Marlins.
Matter of fact, it was anticlimactic. That was Eric Young, and as you see, I was really excited.
Slow ground ball a second. Rayburn gets Cano one out. That looked like relief more than excitement.
Eric Young fouled off about 8 or 9. I'm sure I probably threw about 150 that one. But it was no question exciting and something I'll never forget. And you're part of a no-hit timeline in the Hall of Fame. And Justin Verlander now is part of it. And from the looks of this kid and his stuff, and as young as he is, I don't think that he's got a chance to throw another one or two.
John, did you ever catch one?
I actually caught a no-hitter in my first game in the major leagues and lost, believe it or not. Matt Young threw an 8-inning no-hitter against the Cleveland Indians, and I think we lost maybe 3-1. Bunch of stolen bases, sac fly, ground ball. Ended up losing. So I didn't get the thrill like Al did or Charles Johnson to enjoy that. But, my thought always goes back to the games where you're catching a guy, and early on you're like, you know what, he has no-hit stuff today, and you feel good about it, but you don't really start thinking about it maybe till the 7th inning. When did you start thinking about it?
Through the 7th. Yeah. Every time I see everybody get excited prior to the 7th inning.
That one's lined into right center field. Granderson got a great jump. 2 away. Let's check the Aflac answer. We'll refresh your memory on the question. Verlander won the Rookie of the Year last year. So who was the last American League Rookie of the Year starting pitcher? And the answer is Al Leiter's buddy, Dave Righetti. Now the pitching coach with the San Francisco Giants. And he also had a no-hitter.
And he's on the speed dial.
He is on the speed dial.
He's a good guy. My mentor.
Isn't that the first guy you called when you came back to the Yankees?
Yes, I'm sure. No, the Game 7 World Series, I got a lot of well wishes at the start of the 97 World Series, and I took his phone call because I knew what he was going to say was pertinent and helpful as opposed to confusing my already confusing mind.
How about this, John? Al and I have been close for a long time. 20 years we've known each other. And I called him before that Game 7, and his wife picked up the phone. She goes, "Oh, Al's not taking phone calls." And later on, I found out Righetti and Gil Patterson, he took those phone calls. Did Mayor Bloomberg call in?
No.
Oh, he's not taking phone calls. Okay, Laurie. And then, like on the celebration after the game, you see him on national TV. Yeah, I spoke to Dave Righetti and Gil Patterson before the game. It was great.
Did I?
Yeah, it was a good moment in our relationship.
Okay, well, they probably had something pertinent to say about pitching, right? What was Michael going to say? Probably make you more nervous.
I was going to say, good luck, buddy. I'm rooting for you. That's all. Base hit to right field for Johnny Damon.
Well, nice job working the count, getting it full, and then just getting a fastball down in the zone, being able to pull it between the hole. And we talked about the competition for at-bats. Johnny Damon does a nice job right here, getting on base with 2 outs. See if the Yankees can get anything going with 2 outs, get a little 2-out rally.
And Damon is recognized and has said that, you know, his year, it's an off year, but he keeps saying, any way I can help, and even if it's in a bat where I could foul a lot of pitches off, take some pitches, make the pitcher work, maybe get on base, walk, steal, a little hit and run, you know, whatever element that Johnny Damon can bring on all aspects of the game. He's played a very good left field.
Here's Jeter. Pitch is high. Next pitch Verlander throws will be his 90th.
You know, now you bring up a good point, though. Johnny Damon has the right attitude. Jason Giambi, the right attitude. You know, that's what you want to keep with this Yankee ball club. Everybody just on the same page. It's all about winning ball games, not about at-bats.
Good high fastball there. Jeter swings through.
And as long as those attitudes are that way, it's not going to be a problem for Joe Torre. But, you know, as soon as somebody's complaining about playing time and, you know, not being used enough, things like that, then it's going to get dicey for that man, Mr. Torre. But until that happens, it should be fine. This guy's competing for their at-bats. You have to go out there and produce, and if you do, you'll be in there the next day.
Slow roller, but foul.
But that's not going to happen. This team knows what they're up against. They've been playing playoff baseball now for a couple months. You know, the hole that they dug themselves, it's going to be a grind. It's going to be as much of a physical grind as it is going to be on these Yankee players. It's going to be more so on the mental side. Because when you play every single series knowing that you have to win 2 or 3, if you could sweep it, you know, you gain a little ground. That's difficult to do, even down the stretch of a September, but let alone for 3 months.
1-2 count on Jeter. Jeter's 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored, keeping Damon close. Hit sharply. Oh, what a grab by Inge. He goes the short way to get the force. Took away a base hit for Derek Jeter. That is a splendid play by the third baseman, Brandon Inge. That was ticketed to left field, but Inge makes the grab on the tough hop and then makes the throw to second base. No runs a hit and 1 man left. We go to the 5th. 6-3 Detroit. Tigers lead the Yankees. Maglio Ordonez leads off, swings at the first pitch and grounds it foul. The Corona Extra scoreboard, 6-6-0 for Detroit, 3-6-1 for the Yankees. Driven out to right field. A lot of power out that way. But Abreu on the track makes the play. One out.
This ball hit well by Maglio Ordonez to right field. Bobby Abreu does a nice job getting to the wall, making the play. But you talk to people around the Tigers, they say Ordonez just has one of those years where it's all kind of clicked. Kind of like Jorge Posada. Hasn't gone through the slumps right from the first day of spring training. They actually said Maglio got through the cold weather. Once some warmer weather got here, he's been red hot the rest of the summer.
Here's Carlos Guillen, the big blow in the game. A grand slam in the first. And there's a breaking ball strike. Served the other way. Nice piece of hitting by Guillen. Base hit.
Well, Guillen lifetime did not do well against Mussina, but he's got a home run, and now this pitch going down and away. This is a good pitch right here. Carlos Guillen staying back long enough. You see where his hands were, and able to hit a line drive to left field.
.84 pitches for Mussina, 53 strikes, 31 balls.
This is an at-bat right here for Pudge Rodriguez. If you're Mike Mussina, you have to know that he hits differently when runners are on base. Probably going to look for a ball out over the plate, see if he can shoot that hole between first and second. He'll pick his spots to try and hit home runs, probably not this one. Very good RBI man because of that. The ability to hit the ball the other way, hit with 2 strikes, but he's a situational hitter that if you have that hole open between first and second, he'll look to shoot it, get a pitch out over there and kind of drive it in this direction here. Very smart hitter, changes his approach at bat to at bat.
Runner goes, and the hit and run was on, and he dribbles it through the vacated hole. Perfectly executed hit and run. And the Tigers have runners on the corners and 1 out.
Well, as Flash had just said, really, Pudge Rodriguez is an excellent 2-hole hitter, and Jim Leyland's got him down in 6 most of the year. You see Robbie out of position, perfectly executed hit and run. You got a guy in Pudge Rodriguez who can handle the bat. Mussina is showing that he's throwing strikes tonight. Perfect combination for the hit and run there, well executed. Pudge Rodriguez as good as Derek Jeter or anybody, I believe, in that kind of approach to right center. Right center or over the second baseman's head.
Here's Sean Casey. He's 0 for 2. Tigers tonight 3 for 7 with runners in scoring position. And this season, as a team, they hit .315 with runners in scoring position. That's first in the American League. In comparison, the Yankees hit .288. And that's good for third in the American League. Second is Kansas City, and that's hard to figure out. They hit .289 with runners in scoring position. Maybe they don't have that many runners in scoring position. Right back up the middle of base hit. Rodriguez will stop at second. Scoring is Guillen. It's an RBI single for Sean Casey. And the Tigers now lead 7-5.
Well, Michael, that runner's in scoring position, .315, first American League. These last at-bats really show what they're all about. These Tiger hitters not trying to hit the long ball. This was a hanging changeup. You see it was up in the zone. Mussina wanted the ball down and away. It ended up being middle to a good hitter in Sean Casey, who wasn't trying to do much but hit it up the middle. And these Detroit hitters have been doing much of that tonight.
You think back, Mike Mussina's thrown a couple of changeups. One was the grand slam to Guillen, another one right there to Casey, the RBI base hit. Has not been his best pitch tonight.
Rayburn fouls it away. Now, I was lucky enough to cover, as a newspaper reporter, Billy Martin in his 5th time as Yankee manager, and I was just amazed how far ahead of the inning in which they were playing that he was. He was thinking about the 7th inning at the beginning of the game. He had planned for everything. Was Leland like that?
Yes. He manages that lineup card exactly the way you described, Michael. We always felt when we looked down there and saw Jim with the lineup card, and he'd be looking at it and analyzing it. It's a 3rd or 4th inning, it's 0-0 game. What's he doing? I mean, he studies it, and he's ahead. He's already thinking about, okay, we go ahead. This is the matchup I want. You know, whether it's the lefty righty scenario, who am I going to get up, and just wheels turning.
And you played for Billy. Did you feel that about him?
I didn't really get to know Billy. I pretty much stayed clear. I was a young player, and I was just glad to be in the big leagues at that time.
He really was amazing in that way. I mean, he could tell you what his plans were for the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, for pinch hitting, for hitting and running, for the way he would use his pitchers in his office before the game. And I mean, he's just, if there's such a thing as a genius in baseball, Billy was a genius in baseball. He was a genius. Ron Ballone beginning to throw. I mean, Billy's problems obviously came off the field, but you know, when he was in the dugout, there were very few that were better than him.
Yeah, but he had to be thinking in best case scenario. You see the pitch count from Mike Mussina. He had to be thinking if things were going his way, this is how he would match up, right?
And he would also think if things were not going his way. He had different plans and different things laid out that he was going to do. And he'd save a pinch hitter for a special point. I was watching the Bronx is burning, and when he didn't start Reggie Jackson in the 5th game against the Royals in the ALCS, he knew exactly when he was going to use him. When Doug Bird came in, that was when he was saving Reggie Jackson, and Reggie Jackson came in and got a pinch hit single. The 2-2, 3-2. Strike 3, throw to second with the runners going in time. Strike him out, throw him out, double play. So Jim Leland got a little too aggressive right there. Rayburn struck out. And Casey caught stealing 2-4. 1 run, big one on 3 hits. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Stealing that end at the top of the fifth inning.
Well, the low jack caught stealing. Sean Casey on the back end of a double steal. Jorge Posada heads up, knows that Casey doesn't run well. Nice pick by Robinson Cano, applies the tag. So low jack caught stealing. Mike Mussina with a fastball away that freezes Rayburn. Again, the good pick by Cano, a nice tag, ends the inning.
There's Bobby Abreu. Now it's tough for the Yankees to catch up because it's like almost as if they're climbing a greased pole. The Corona Extra scoreboard shows you a 7-3 Detroit lead. Yankees get a run, a couple of runs, and then the Tigers come back and extend the lead. So after a while, that starts to deflate an offense as well. 7-3 is certainly not undoable, but it's getting tougher as the innings shrink. Breaking ball inside. And the pitch count continues to rise. He's at 96 here in the fifth inning. Nobody out. Nobody up in the Tiger bullpen.
I'm sure Jim Leland would love for Verlander to have a quick inning right here and maybe get into the sixth. Probably asking a little bit too much at this point.
Well, his season high is 120. And that was against Boston on May 15th. And in second place is 114, his last time out against Oakland. Serve left side, backhanded by Guillen. Sets and fires, and they just get the hustling Abreu for the first out. Samsung's Four Seasons of Hope and Joe Torre have teamed up to make a difference in the community. For every Yankees home run hit at home this year, Samsung will donate $1,000 to Joe Torre's Safe at Home Foundation to help end the cycle of domestic violence. You can join the team and support Samsung's Home Run for Kids by visiting fourseasonsofhope.com or joetorre.org, because a little hope can make a big difference. Pitch to A-Rod's outside, 1-0. A-Rod's had 21 home runs here at home, so because of A-Rod, Samsung has contributed $21,000. Rounded foul. Yankees have Kyle Farnsworth up in the bullpen, and boy, you could just tell that Farnsworth's role on this team has dramatically changed. He pitched in the 12-0 loss to the Orioles and had a good 1-2-3 inning, and now here he is up in the bottom of the fifth inning.
Verlander not too happy with Mike Winter's call on that pitch. A little changeup. And you got a big lead. Well, it's not a big lead, 4 runs, but you get some certain counts that you got to throw a strike. You're much more confident with a 4-run lead, obviously. Comes back-to-back changeups, Justin Verlander. Yankee hitters doing exactly what you do against the quality starting pitcher. Make him work. He's at 103 pitches, and I can't imagine the Tigers leaving Verlander in after this inning. Probably be around that 115 mark.
A-Rod chased the pitch out of the zone, a high fastball.
That's a place you could go last year. Alex has done a better job this year, at least fouling this pitch off. He probably chases a ball. Last year he would have swung through that pitch right there. This year he fouls it off. He gives himself another chance to see another pitch.
Grounded softly to third. Ames charges, fires, got him. Good scoop by Casey. Good play on both ends.
Nice play by Brandon Inch. You can see Alex Rodriguez. Sometimes guys get out of the box clean. Other times it takes them a little time. It took Alex a little time to get out of the box. Just enough for Brandon Inch to come up with a nice scoop right here. The throw in the dirt. Sean Casey. Nice pick. It's going to be a bang-bang play. Take a look at Alex out of the box. He kind of gets fooled and spins around. It takes him a little time to get going towards first base, and just enough to get him out by a hair.
Here's Matsui.
Michael, getting back to Farnsworth, loosening and kind of what his role has become on this team. It's kind of like Johnny Damon and Jason Giambi. You have to earn it now. Got to go out there, throw some clean innings, see if you can get back in the good graces, and maybe your role will increase as the season goes on here. But at this point with Joe Torre and his staff, they got to do what they have to do to win games, and Kyle Farnsworth can take this opportunity to get himself right, maybe work his way back into the mix later on in ball games.
Andy Pettit will start tomorrow. A couple of fair Yankee left-handers right there. And the count 3-1. Just missed that one. High fly ball to right field. Ordonez in. And he will make the play for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. Through 5, Jim Whelan's Tigers are leading the Yankees 7-3. Another time around with WB Mason Presents Yankees Encore later after each game, and again the next morning at 9, only on Yes. While Mike Messina gave the Yankees 5 innings, not his best performance. He's been so great of late in his last 4 starts, 4-0, 2.84, but he gave up 4 runs in the first inning and never had the lead after that, so the Yankees go to Kyle Farnsworth. And he will face 9, 1, and 2 in the Tiger order. Inge, Granderson, and Timms. And Farnsworth plunks Inge. Now Alex Rodriguez got hit. I don't know if that's on purpose. That was a breaking ball, wasn't it?
No.
That was fastball?
I would not think that was on purpose.
No.
I mean, Alex Rodriguez got hit with a changeup. I just think that was a fastball that got away from Kyle Farnsworth right there. And especially to open up an inning. I mean, that's probably the last thing you want to do is hit Brandon Inns, a number 9 hitter.
Last time out in that 12-0 Yankee defeat to the Orioles, Farnsworth pitched a very good 1-2-3 inning in the 8th. Runner goes. That time they had Jeter covering, so the hit and run didn't work as Inge advances to second. And here's Marcus Timms. Now, you talk about breaking into anything, your first day at work. Well, his first at bat as a big leaguer was against Randy Johnson. And he hit a home run on the first pitch he saw. Pretty amazing. Probably thought it was easy.
You know, it hasn't been that hard for Marcus. I mean, he's got a limited number of at-bats, under 200. He's got good numbers, 13 home runs, almost 40 RBIs. Takes a bad swing at a slider right there, but really in a limited role last year and this year. Been a valuable player for Jim Leyland. A lot of power off the bench. Worked on first base a little bit in spring training and make himself a little bit more valuable.
Last year he had 26 homers and 348 at-bats. Big swing there, count 0-2. And Jeter runs in to talk with Farnsworth. You see what he did the seasons leading up to last year, where he finally got a quasi-regular opportunity. Grounded to third, A-Rod. Well, let's discuss the Jeter jog to the mound. What could that have been right there? Why was he so urgently getting to him after that swing?
You know, the first thought that goes into my mind is that maybe they're stealing location or something like that. You know, maybe change up the signs. But obviously, Jorge Posada didn't go out to the mound, so that wasn't the issue.
Or Derek wants to know the signs. Middle infielders want to know what they're calling. We saw that the coverage on the hit and run when Robinson Cano stayed at home and Jeter covered the bag. You want to know as a middle infielder what the pitches are for obvious reasons. His slider, he knows, you know, he's a second sign, first sign after 2, whatever it is, and then that'll determine who covers.
Now, how about this matchup? You have a guy who loves the fastball, and you have a guy who throws 98 miles an hour. This is power against power. A guy who swings as hard as he can, and against a guy who pitches and throws as hard as he can.
Lifetime, Michael, it's favored Farnsworth, 231 lifetime, 3 for 13. Gary Sheffield is against Kyle Farnsworth.
You know what, Al, you brought up a great point last time Gary Sheffield was up, and he said he's a really good off-speed breaking ball hitter. You know, it's one of those conversations you remember when you retire. Gary Sheffield told me he looks for the breaking ball and is able to hit the fastball. Now, obviously, with a guy like Kyle Farnsworth, 98 miles an hour right there, it's probably a different issue. But I remember one at bat where Gary hit an off-speed pitch, and it's just one of those pitches he shouldn't have hit. And I'm like, how did you do that? And he said, you know what? His fastball is a non-factor. And I forget who the pitcher was, but he threw about 92, 93. And that's what Gary Sheffield thinks. He doesn't worry about the fastball.
Now, he couldn't think that about Farnsworth.
No, I don't think there's any way. Right. Yeah, you got to respect 98 miles an hour and be looking for it. But if you're a major league pitcher with a 92, 93 mile an hour fastball, and Gary Sheffield says that is a non-factor, that tells you how quick his bat is. He can sit on an off-speed pitch and still take care of number 1, the fastball.
And he walks. And most batters, I mean, when we have Paul O'Neill up here, he said, I can never look breaking ball. He says, I have to look fastball and react off everything else.
Yeah, Gary Sheffield was the first player I had ever heard that said the fastball was not a factor. I sit off speed and take care of the fastball. It's no problem.
Now, when Tino Martinez was here, he would occasionally sit on a breaking ball, but if they threw a fastball, he was done.
He would take it probably.
Right, he would take it.
Gary Sheffield can look off speed and still take care of a fastball.
That's amazing.
It's another level.
Well, you're also talking about who's fastball, and as you said, if certain guys as great a fastball hitter as Gary Sheffield is, if 92, 93 is not a factor, there are a lot of guys in the big leagues that hitters don't have to honor the fastball because it's not that fast. 86, 87, 88. Right.
Ordonez with a fly ball to center, and another shutout inning for Kyle Farnsworth. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 men left. We take it to the bottom of the 6th, 7-3 Tigers. Computer world. Somebody has a tiger flag over our JNR sign. The old English D. Here's Jorge Posada. Any surprise at all with 110 pitches that they have Verlander out there?
A little. He's thrown a lot. You see his high there at 120. He's averaged 105. The only thing I can think is that his 5th day comes on an off day. So he's going to get an extra day's rest.
Posada with a high fly ball to center field. Granderson hardly had to move. 1 out. Well, they have their bullpen ready, so if he has to throw more pitches than they feel comfortable with, they'll go right to the bullpen. You've got Zach Miner and Tim Burdack. Burdack's a lefty.
Other than some deep counts that there were, some Bobby Abreu had a couple good at bats for 7-8 pitches. Damon had 2 of his 3 at bats where he saw 6 or 7 pitches. He really hasn't labored, Justin Verlander. And I think with the whole pitch count, how everybody's so obsessed with it, how did they get to 110, 112, 113? Was it just a grind and a struggle every inning? And that hasn't been the case for Verlander.
That's a good point. You could say the pitch count is up, but really there haven't been a whole lot of runners on base. He hasn't pitched out of big-time jams. Yankee hitters, just what they do is they foul off tough pitches. They work the counts. Jim Leland's thinking if he can get him through this 6th inning and then he goes with the bullpen, he can mix and match a little bit for 7, 8, and 9. Get the ball to Jones, his closer. 6th inning always seems to be that tough inning in the bullpen.
Cano waits on deck. Count 3-1 on Giambi. Count 3-2. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. There's a base hit to right field past a diving Rayburn. Hey, you've seen him in the movies, on the stage, and in the bookstores. Tonight after the postgame, see him in the Yes Studio as Center Stage welcomes Ethan Hawke. In this exclusive interview, hear how this award-winning actor got his big break and the trials and tribulations of growing up and staying successful in the movie industry. It's the premiere of GMC Truck presents Center Stage, Ethan Hawke, tonight after the postgame only on Yes.
Well, Pudge is buying a little time here, I believe, for Jim Leyland and the Tigers. This pitch count getting up to 119. Here comes Leyland now.
Well, the lefty he has warming up is Tim Burdack. He has not yet signaled. And now he does. He calls for the left-hander, so it'll be Burdack against Cano. 119 pitch performance by Justin Verlander. He leaves with a 7-3 lead. Turns over the game to his bullpen. 7-9-0 Tigers, 3-7-1 Yankees. Burdack against Cano when we get back. Oculus, the official HD TV of Major League Baseball. It's been mostly Tigers. Mike Messina struggled early, giving up a grand slam to Carlos Guillen. Justin Verlander has worked hard. He's thrown a lot of pitches, some mistakes, like that home run by Bobby Abreu, but all of that adds up to Tigers 7, Yankees 3. So Chuck Hernandez, the pitching coach, talking with Verlander. Leland comes over, say, good job, and now he will try to mix and match with his bullpen for the final 11 outs of this game. And those are Verlander's numbers. The runner at first base is his responsibility. Now, Al, you spoke about this in Toronto, and we see Burdack's numbers, how difficult it's going to be to win 300 games. And we saw it with Eric Bedard yesterday. You turn it over to the bullpen, it's out of your hands. Guys don't pitch complete games anymore. It's hard to win games.
You get a lot of no decisions in games like this, and even closer ones where the specialty part of Major League Baseball, guys being drafted out of college and being groomed as not closers but setup guys. There's a lot of wins and losses in those games that are lost.
Well, Eric Bedard probably left that game yesterday thinking that's a W. That's my 13th win. Not to be. A 2-out, 3-run home run by Shelley Duncan ruined that for him. And it's as simple as this. It's hard to win games. It's not easy. It's not an easy thing, and to do it 300 times is really magnificent. So Verlander now becomes a spectator and has to hope. Now the Tiger bullpen last year was a strength. This year they've been without Joel Zumaya for most of it. Fernando Rodney has also been out. Now he's back pitching well. Their bullpen, their ERA in the bullpen, 4.68. That's 11th in the American League. Now the Yankees have had their issues with their bullpen as well. And the Yankees have a 3.84 ERA, and that's 6th in the American League. And that's why the Tigers are struggling this year. The 0-2. Fouled away.
Well, it's amazing how the addition of one reliever can really make such a difference. In the Yankees standpoint, Jabba Chamberlain, and everybody else kind of slotted down because of that. And, you know, the Tigers are looking for Zumaya to come back, and then he'd be the 8th inning guy, and then Rodney goes back down to his 7th inning, and then you start feeling better about the ball game. You can shorten it up for your starters.
Strike 3. Cano down looking. 2 away.
Let's take a look at Robinson Cano. Didn't think so. That ball, as far as Mike Winters, home plate umpire, thought it was on the outside corner. That ball is off the plate by about 4 inches. Robbie had a reason to be upset with that call.
Now when he gets Quest-Tech, that will come up on the report.
That will be
call?
Incorrect. Anything that's 2 inches, which that looked further than that, it would go against him. 2 inches off the plate, it's considered an acceptable. It's neither correct nor incorrect. And Yankee Stadium is a Quest-Tech stadium.
The 0-1. Count 1-1 on Melky Cabrera.
And it's amazing how many umpires actually will acknowledge that Yankee Stadium is a Quest-Tech stadium. And you question a ball or a strike, and, you know, they'll say, hey, that one's going to come back in my report. You get them in a different stadium without Quest-Tech, and it's a different story.
1-1. Punched out through the right side for a base hit. Giambi will stop at second. Melky picks up a base hit. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Top of the order, Johnny Damon.
See, Melky just gets a fastball in the outside corner. It's actually off the plate. He kind of runs out of bat. Doesn't hit it very well, but hits it good enough to get it through the hole. So just out in front a little bit, slaps it the other way. The advantage of Casey playing behind Jason Giambi. Opens up a little real estate out there.
Now they will bring up Shelley Duncan. So Joe Torre is going to force Jim Leland's hand. Does Leland stay with the lefty, or does he go to the righty, Zach Miner? Now Joe could have gone to Andy Phillips, but he wants a 3-run home run here. And he got it yesterday with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning to tie the game at 3.
You know what was so impressive about that at bat? The first pitch was an off-speed pitch that he was way out in front, and the ability to make an adjustment during an at-bat. Stayed back a little bit more on that one and got it, and was able to drive it out of here for a 3-run homer.
Well, Duncan obviously becoming a fan favorite here at the stadium, and as soon as he popped his head out of the dugout, the crowd went nuts, and Jim Leland is not going to let Shelley hit a 3-run home run here. He's trying to make it a little tougher. He's going to take out the lefty, and he'll bring in the righty, Zach Miner. So Burdack comes in, strikes out Cano. Cabrera gets a base hit to right. So Duncan's up, Miner's in. Come on back, see how it turns out. series finale from the stadium. Your pinstripe day starts with an all-new episode of Yankees on Deck at 11:30, followed by batting practice today and the Tri-State Ford pregame. It's pinstripes all day, Sunday morning starting at 11:30, only on Yes. There's so many layers to this move, and let's break it down as Minor finishes his warm-ups. You know, we talked earlier about, you know, players only want to win, but you can't tell me that Johnny Damon, who has been an everyday, every at-bat player his whole life, is thrilled about being pinch hit for in the 6th inning because there's a lefty on the mound.
Well, he shouldn't be thrilled about it. You're right, Michael. Here's an everyday star player in the major leagues. But, you know, you get a point in your career where, not that you accept this role, but, you know, you really are part of a team trying to, common goal to win a championship.
Well, now by pinch hitting Duncan for Damon, you're also putting Shelley Duncan in left field. And Shelley's not a great outfielder. His best position is hitting. So these are some of the moves. And also, Jim Leland decides to burn another pitcher just to match up with Shelley Duncan. So a lot of layers to this move right now in the 6th inning of a game. And the pitch is a strike from Minor to Duncan.
And the flip side of that, Michael, Joe Torre now has weapons to go to in the 6th inning. You know, he doesn't have to wait around for the 8th and 9th inning to make some pinch hitters to go up there. He can make some moves in the 6th. Try and get a matchup that you like. He had the matchup yesterday with Shelley Duncan with the lefty, not today. The right-hander Minor comes in.
And the count 1-1.
Just thinking about a young hitter being put into this situation. You know, you got to guard against trying to hit the 3-run homer. Yesterday you come in there, you get a pitch to hit, you drive it out of there. Got to be tough for a young pinch hitter to go up there and execute a game plan, not trying to do too much.
And the count 2-1. I think that's one of the things that Joe Torre likes about Duncan. He has a plan up there. He's not just going up there wailing, trying to hit a home run. That makes his 6 home runs even more impressive.
And of his tremendous power, Michael, as Flash, you mentioned it, he's hit breaking balls, he's hit changeups. Most young hitters, when they get to the big leagues, they're known as fastball hitters. Shelley hasn't shown that.
There's a fastball right there from Minor, and the count 2-2.
Hasn't shown that he's only a fastball hitter. This is a good fastball from Zach Minor. Shelley just couldn't pull the trigger.
Now Rodriguez wants to talk it over with Zach Minor.
This is what you like about Pudge Rodriguez. We talked about it earlier in the ball game. He wants to make sure that he's on the same page with his pitcher, recognizing that this is a huge pitch in this ball game for a couple of reasons. Obviously the score, but you want to make sure you make your pitch right here. You'd rather not go 3-2. Want to make sure you're on the same page. Nice job by a veteran catcher.
So Giambi is at second, Melky Cabrera at first. Shelley Duncan pinch hitting for Johnny Damon here in the bottom of the 6th. Yankees trail 7-3. Little known story about Shelley Duncan. He grew up around the A's. That people know that his father was the pitching coach for Tony La Russa, and he and his brother Chris, little kids, they looked up to Mark McGwire. Every winter they go to Mark McGwire's house for 2 weeks, and he gives them an intensive training camp on hitting, what to think, what not to think. And it's worked very well for Shelley Duncan so far, but he does strike out there for the final out of the 6th inning in a pinch hitting appearance. Pretty good pitch there by Minor. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left. We go to the 7th, 7-3 Tigers. Yankees baseball. Log on to MLB.tv and you can watch the game on your computer via the internet. Of course, you could watch it live. For more details, visit Yankees.com, where baseball is always on, except when blackout restrictions apply. 53,914 here at the stadium, the 32nd sellout of the year. We go to the 7th inning. Ron Ballone, the new Yankee pitcher. And Guillen turns around to the right side and fouls it away. Ballone's had a pretty good season. Started in the minor leagues, persevered, and the Yankees called him up. This is his 30th game. He is a workhorse for Joe Torre. Shelley Duncan, remember, takes over in left field. Pitch is high. There's Shelley. That's a pretty neat story, though, about what McGuire does for those two kids. It's like a 2-week tutorial, and you can say what you want about Mark McGuire. We all know the stories and what happened in front of Congress, but he knew how to hit, knew how to put the bat on the ball.
You know what it makes me think about? You know, when I saw Shelley Duncan in the minor leagues a little bit during spring training, he had a big, wild swing. You know, now it's real short. Good slider right there from Ron Ballone, but it's real short. He's got an approach now that he sticks with every day, and I'm sure some of the credit goes to Mark McGuire because of that.
Backdoor slider from Ron Ballone. You mentioned workhorse Ron Ballone last year for the Yankees. Pitched in 70 ball games, most of his career. And as you said, Michael, persevered through a rough spring training. Sean Head made the club out of spring, and he went down to AAA and worked his way back.
Pitch the Pudge outside. And the count 2-0.
You know, I think for Ron Ballone, of all the teams he's played for, started with Seattle, San Diego, Milwaukee, Cleveland, Cincinnati, just several teams, Houston, Pittsburgh. He grew up a Yankee fan. He's from Bergen County. He was truly living out a dream last year and worked his way back to the team he rooted for.
Say he went around, the count 2-1.
Says a lot about a guy willing to go to AAA, put the work in, get his game back in gear, and get back to the major leagues. And talking to people with Scranton, they said, you know, he was a great role model for some of those young pitchers, the way he went about his business.
Hard worker, quiet, does his business, good shape.
He's a good guy. He's a nice guy to have in the clubhouse. He's just really, you can see he loves playing baseball, loves pitching, and as Al said, this was a dream growing up to play for the Yankees, and here he is. Second year. Driven deep to left field. That's going to go. See ya. Home run. Pudge Rodriguez. And the Tigers now lead 8-3. Tenth home run for Rodriguez.
We talked earlier about Pudge Rodriguez and what kind of a hitter he is, a situational hitter, was able to get a hit and run, hit it to right field. And this is just a 2-2 slider, middle in, that just caught some plate. And I'm sure the approach with 2 strikes with Pudge Rodriguez is right center field. You throw a slider down and in, it just speeds up his bat. Because of that, he has the ability to keep it fair for his 10th home run.
Here's Sean Casey. There's a strike. Casey today is 1 for 3, RBI single. These tag-on runs make it easier on the Tiger bullpen. The key to comebacks is that your bullpen has to keep the other team right there. run here, run there, it just deflates everything. Zach Minor struck out Shelley Duncan to end the bottom of the 6th inning with 2 runners on. The 0-2. High fly ball. Duncan will get a chance. And there's 2-away. Duncan yesterday actually had 3 big moments in the game. The biggest obviously was the 3-run home run, but he made a throw from right field to nail a runner at home plate. Then made a nice scoop on a throw into the dirt at first after Joe Torre pinch hit for the first baseman. So Duncan has been nothing but a positive for the Yankees since coming up. Here's Ryan Rayburn. And a strike on the inside corner.
And to add his enthusiasm and excitement, you know, I love seeing that as a guy who shows some emotion of a game that is tough. You know, everybody, you know, it's a job and it's hard work, but, you know, have fun.
Off-speed pitch, and Rayburn way out in front.
No, it's a really good point, Al. You very rarely see major league players kind of show their emotions on their sleeve, even during batting practice. I mean, he's just so happy to be here, and it's refreshing. I mean, the older guys, the veteran guys have gotten a kick out of it. Still thinking about that at bat, at a fastball he probably thought he should have done something with.
And a strikeout of Rayburn, but the Tigers had a run on the Pudge Rodriguez home run. No errors and nobody left at the end of 6.5. Time for the 7th inning stretch. Tigers lead the Yankees 8-3, but stay where you are as we honor America here in the Bronx by listening to the voice of Yankee Stadium, Mr. Bob Shepard.
Would you please rise? Now, please offer a moment of silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are stationed around the globe, and especially remember those who have lost their lives defending our freedom and our way of life. And now, please join Kate Smith as she sings God Bless America.
To
6-3 Tigers lead, 8-10-0 for Detroit. First game of a 3-game set, 3-8-1 for the Yankees. In fact, over the last 3 games, the Yankees have scored in only 3 of 25 innings. So their offense has cooled just a bit. And, I mean, it had to happen. They were averaging over 7 runs a game for a couple of weeks, and that's just not something that's going to happen over 162 games. I don't think they want it to cool to this extent. Derek Jeter will lead off now. It'll be Jeter, Abreu, and A-Rod against Zach Minor. And a strike. Minor throws hard.
Zach Minor was a 4th-round draft pick by the Braves in 2000. He was traded from the Braves to the Tigers for Kyle Farnsworth.
Count 1-1.
You mentioned that good fastball, Michael. He's also got a good changeup that he'll use mostly to the left-handed batter, slider to the righties.
Count 1-2. And the 1-2. Scooped up on the backhand. Count 2-2. Yankees have had their best success this year against the American League Central. They're 23-7 against the Central. But against the other 2 divisions, they actually are under 500. 22-25 against the East. And 12-13 against the West. This is actually the start of a formidable stretch for the Yankees. You got 4 games against the Tigers here, then 3 games in Anaheim against the Angels. Jeter walks. Then you go to Detroit for 4 and come back to Yankee Stadium for 3 against the Red Sox. So this 14-game stretch that begins tonight is going to be extremely telling.
Well, Jim Leyland there, he's not saying too many nice things. I'm sure you got a big lead, as Michael you mentioned. They tacked on a couple runs in the 5th and the 7th, and to lead off an inning when you have a 5-run lead, the big no-no, you make the hitters hit themselves on and not walk them or hit them.
And also he got ahead of Jeter quickly, and then all of a sudden got and ended up walking him, but he got ahead right away and then kind of messed around, got a little bit too fine. Now you get a leadoff walk.
Pitch outside to Abreu.
If there's one thing Jim Leyland, and he was my manager in '97, he really makes a concerted effort to use all of his guys in the bullpen. And Flash, you mentioned that 6th, 7th inning always seems to be a problem for most teams, and why pitch counts goes up. You don't really get to the go-to setup guy that goes to your closer, and those are difficult innings, especially in the American League, because let's face it, it's much harder to pitch in the American League. And you are going to your middle guy, or not your specialty setup guy. Jim was adamant about he always wanted 2 left-handers, and he would use them. If you look at their bullpen, their guys are used equitably. And Jason Grilli, 45 games. Bobby C, 45 games, left-hander. The other left-hander we just saw in Tim Burdick, 25 games for him. Zach Minor, who had a start, he's been in 21 games. So, he is aware that you just can't keep going to the same guys.
I almost think that in this day and age in baseball, the hardest thing a manager has to do is manage his bullpen. Now, in New York, you're throwing in the press.
For the American League.
Right.
You're talking American League.
Yes. Even in the National League, it's hard to manage a bullpen.
Yeah, but there's so much more dimension of managing a National League game than there is of American League.
But I still think keeping your relievers, World Series are won out of the bullpen. You got to keep your relievers fresh. You got to keep them all active. It's tough. It's not easy.
I think, Al, you said it perfectly to me in between innings, how Jim Leyland, he manages every game like it's the most important game, and he'll use his bullpen, like you said, uses all of his guys down there. I know a lot of managers get in a bad habit of going with a hot hand, and the next thing you know, they're spent and they're not effective anymore.
Bobby C. and Aquilino Lopez warming up for the Tigers in their bullpen.
But I agree with you, Michael. It's, the fine line between overusing a reliever and using him, putting him in the right roles has got to be the most difficult decision for a manager.
3-1. Foul back. You've got Jeter at first. Abreu at the plate with a 3-2 count. Yankees trying to climb back in this. They trail 8-3, bottom of the 7th. And Alex Rodriguez is on deck. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Big strikeout from Minor.
Just came at Bobby Abreu. A lot of movement on Zach Minor's fastball. You see, he kind of throws his leg at the hitter, and this is late movement. Watch the ball that fades down and away. That's called a two-seam fastball, and it keeps running away, and Bobby Abreu wasn't able to foul it off. Good location right there from Zach Minor.
Here's A-Rod, hit by a pitch in the first inning, fly to right and grounded to third. Count 0-1.
You mentioned about the offense eventually cooling off. Of course, they couldn't do what they did or kept it up as they did in July. But anytime you have, I don't care how great the hitter is, you have good pitching, good quality starting pitching, as they did against the Orioles, as they did tonight against Justin Verlander. You got to be on your game, not only as the hitter for a complete lineup, but also your starting pitcher better keep your team in it, because if you get like a lopsided deficit as it was today, it's very difficult. I don't care, Derek Jeter, Alex Rodriguez, to really grind out the at-bats and come back with that deficit, facing quality pitching.
And it's a little bit of a risk when you win because you bludgeon teams to defeat, because then when you play important games, you're going to face good pitching, because good teams have good pitching, and the old baseball adage is good pitching will always shut down good hitting. You agree or disagree, John?
Oh, I totally agree. I just think when you're an offense that was rolling like the Yankees were, in July and into August, sometimes it really covers your weaknesses. You can outslug your mistakes or your weaknesses, which in some cases might be starting pitching is not as sharp, and you can go out there and kind of score 10 or 11 runs, and your starter gives up 4 or 5 or 6. And it doesn't look as bad as it really is. And in a game like this where Verlander didn't have his great stuff, but he battled and kind of shut the Yankees down offensively.
Alan, your time on the mound, who's the best hitter that you've seen that could hit great pitching?
Tony Gwynn.
No matter who the pitcher was, best pitch?
He played with Tony. I just felt like there wasn't an area. Every hitter, I don't care how great a hitter they is, there's a spot you can throw to him.
And that spot there on A-Rod as he strikes out looking.
Looked like a backup slider. Or might have been a changeup. This ball was, yes, that's a changeup. Down and in, out of the hand. Looks like that two-seam fastball that he threw Bobby Abreu. Out of the hand, looks like fastball, but 10 miles an hour slower. You see A-Rod check it up. He's just hoping that it's a low pitch, and from the looks of that angle, it looked knee-high.
You could also say, too, if you're going over a scouting report on Minor, it's mostly going to be fastball slider to a righty. So you see a changeup, probably the element of surprise as well caught Alex Rodriguez off balance there.
Here's Matsui. How about you, John? Best hitter that you've seen against great pitching?
The name that popped into my head right when you brought up that question was Joe Carter with the Blue Jays. When I first came up, I just felt like if there was a big spot or a big pitcher, he was going to have the ability to get a big hit when you needed it. And playing with Tony, he beat up any pitcher. I mean, it didn't matter. That guy was a machine.
As you rephrase that question, I thought the same thing. Joe Carter, as far as money, he figured out a way. RBIs, I think 10 years or plus, 100 RBIs. He figured out a way to put the ball in play and get the runners in. And when it was runners on base, as a pitcher, you didn't want to face Joe Carter because he would figure a way to drive a runner in.
Well, he's one of only 2 players to ever end a World Series with a walk-off home run, Mazeroski and Joe Carter. Found a way that day against Mitch Williams, the 1-1. There's a strike, 1-2.
The hitter up at the plate right now, Hideki Matsui. If you talk to some of the Red Sox back in 03, 04, 05, they'll tell you that Matsui was one of the guys that they did not want to see up at the plate. They always felt like he would give you a good at bat in a big situation.
Jeter on first, 2 outs. The 1-2. Weak hack there by Matsui, and Minor has an impressive inning. He walks Jeter, but he strikes out Abreu, strikes out Rodriguez, strikes out Matsui. We go to the 8th. 8-3 Tigers. You to vote along with the 3 of us here in the booth for the Chevrolet Player of the Game. Text your vote to 58772. For more information, visit ChevyOffers.com. You can vote right up until the end of the game. Vote now and make your voice heard. We'll give you the candidates in a moment. In swings and misses, or swings and fouls it off. Tonight's candidates are Carlos Guillen, number 1, Ivan Rodriguez, number 2, Derek Jeter, number 3, and Bobby Abreu with a big 2-run home run, number 4. Standard text messaging rates apply. Ron Balone in his 2nd inning of work. Foul back, count 0-2. 8-10-0, beating 3-8-1. Tigers jumped out to a 4-0 lead before the Yankees even came to bat on a Carlos Guillen grand slam. Then 2 more runs in the 2nd, so they were up 6-1 before people settled into their seats here at the stadium. The 0-2. 1-2, along with Al Leiter and John Flaherty. I'm Michael Kay, and you're watching Yankees baseball right here on Yes. We thank you for joining us on a steamy Thursday evening. Tigers lead 8-3. Blew it right by him, 1 away. 3 strikeouts for Ron Balone. Let's take a look at the Tigers in-game box score, sponsored by Hummer. 10 hits in there. Everybody's had a hit except for Gary Sheffield, who's walked twice and scored a run. The home run by Guillen, the big blow, 4 ribbies and 2 runs for him. A ribby for Casey and a ribby for Inge. A couple people have scored runs as well. A home run for Ivan Rodriguez. So that's the Tiger box score. Here's Curtis Granderson. Popped it up. Posada. And there are 2 outs.
You know, Michael, looking at that box score with the Detroit Tigers, that's pretty much what you would expect. You know, they're an offensive juggernaut, up and down the lineup, a lot of production. It's all spread out. They don't rely on 1 or 2 players. Ordonez having just an outstanding year. Their whole lineup getting it done offensively this year.
There's Marcus Timms. Fernando Rodney warming for the Tigers, so that's not something the Yankees would look forward to. Very difficult right-hander, throws hard. And the 0-1. 1-1. Grounded to short. Jeter bobbles, stays with it, fires to first, and he gets Marcus Timms to complete a 1-2-3 inning for Ron Malone. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning here at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. The Detroit Tigers 8, the New York Yankees 3. Derek Jeter saves himself an E6 with quick reaction and a strong throw. The Yankees box score brought to you by Hummer. Johnny Damon was 1 for 3. Derek Jeter 2 for 3 with 2 runs scored. Bobby Abreu hit a 2-run home run off Justin Verlander. Alex Rodriguez has been hit by a pitch. Hideki Matsui drove in a run. He's 2 for 3. They've held Posada and Cano down, and Giambi and Cabrera both picked up singles. Well, now the Yankees have to deal with Fernando Rodney. He's tough. Ten hits for the Tigers, 8 hits for the Yanks. About a strikeout per inning, about a hit per inning.
He came off the disabled list earlier this month and, had some shoulder tendonitis, and Tigers say he's throwing the ball right now as well as anybody. Velocity is up in the mid to upper 90s, and an outstanding changeup. His best pitch, his strikeout pitch.
Pitch is high. And there's a strike.
I guess the reports on Zumaya are pretty good. He's on some rehab assignments, throwing the ball well, 98 miles an hour, I heard the other day, and they're talking about him coming back on Tuesday. So if you're the Tigers, you have to be excited about that.
Fouled away.
And really the balance they have, Flash, with Rodney and Zumaya leading up to their closer, and Todd Jones, who isn't a gasser closer. He's got a little cutter. He throws a breaking ball. Assortment of pitches really a little unusual for this day and age, kind of closers that are normally power plus arms. But these two guys, Rodney and eventually Zumaya.
There's a base hit up the middle for Posada.
There's a good other look for the Tigers to have these two guys setting up a guy that doesn't throw as hard.
Talked about the changeup being a plus pitch there. Just a fastball middle in. Jorge Posada just able to drive it back up the middle past Rodney. But you're right, the Tigers have some different looks at the back end of their bullpen. And it's interesting what you said before, Al, that Jim Leyland always wants to have two lefties. Some managers don't. They don't put a whole lot of stock into the lefty thing. And it's interesting. He always wants to have two in his bullpen, which he does this year.
Well, when you think of matchups, you know, what good is saving that one bullet for that big left-handed hitter for that one moment? You're always waiting for that spot. And he has confidence in all of his relievers, but you know, he showed that Tim Burdick came in to get a tough out earlier in the game, and he still has Bobby C later.
Count 0-2.
You know what? You have a changeup like Rodney has. It neutralizes the lefties right there. I mean, it's just such a devastating pitch. Velocity 95 right there in the fastball. But the changeup against the left-handed batters is an outstanding pitch for Rodney.
Swing and a miss. Ooh, a fastball right by him at 97 miles an hour.
Well, you said it, Michael. This is just, here it is, hit it. Very little regard for location. The ball was just by Jason. And at 97 miles an hour, you got to tune it up and click it a little sooner to catch up to that.
You know, we've been talking about Zumaya, and Zumaya was such an important part of what they did last year. I mean, the Yankees almost are hoping that Jabba Chamberlain could be Zumaya this year. And then you see his injury, and it's a middle finger strain. And you think, wow, of all the things, but here's a ball out. Why is that so important? Why couldn't he pitch through a middle finger strain?
Well, for one, obviously your fingers. I mean, you know, guys that have blister problems, you know, you think, geez, a little blister is going to affect the way you throw the ball. Of course, pitchers, you need your hands, you need your fingers, and the fact that there are tendons in your fingers that will have effect on the way you can hold the ball. If you can't hold a baseball, and if you have a grip, most guys will throw a four-seam grip. If he has a tendon problem, Zumaya, you cannot get the spin or the rotation off the ball and not have the proper pressure. And by not having the proper pressure, you can't throw a baseball.
So there's no way, I mean, this is a total innocent thing, that you couldn't just pitch with one finger and still get it done somehow?
No, magic,
okay.
You know, maybe once in a while, but no. You need both your fingers. Especially a hard thrower, you can have a four-seam grip and you need both fingers.
And that would be the most important thing that would affect would be what, his four-seamer?
Yeah, any kind of a power pitch. I mean, you know, there are moments, especially I had blister problems where I would come up with a split finger. I didn't throw a split, but I wanted to get the finger that had the blister on off the ball. But you can't pitch with that. But the tendon, especially on the end of the fingers, your tendon, the ball comes off your fingertips. And if you can't apply that pressure, you can't throw it.
That seems to be, though, the injury of the year. You know, a tendon in the finger. And you would think that all the pressure, and you talk about all the pressure on the fingers, that it would happen more often. I mean, it had happened in the old days. I guess they just pitched through it and struggled.
I think in the old days, Michael, there were a lot of injuries that guys struggled through.
And Robinson Cano walks, so the Yankees trying to put together a rally here against Rodney. And Wilson Betamete is going to come out and pinch hit for Shelley Duncan. So we've talked about this a lot lately with the enhanced bench that Joe Torre has. He has these moves to make. He didn't have moves to make earlier in the year. His bench was somewhat anemic. Pitch to Cabrera's outside.
See what Melky does right here, but I mean, he threw 4 straight to Robinson Cano. A first pitch ball to you. You would probably like to see Melky take a strike right here. Mike Winters calls it a strike. I don't think Melky thought it was. Looks like it's up, maybe in a little bit. Ran back to the plate, but it looked like it was a little bit too high.
For the strike zone today, anything above the belt, most of the time is called a ball by Major League umpire.
1-1. Grounded foul. First and second, Yankees trying to get something going here in the bottom of the 8th. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Chased the pitch out of the zone. And there were 2 away. You've seen him in the movies, on the stage, and in the bookstores. Tonight, after the postgame, see him in the Yes Studio. Center Stage welcomes Ethan Hawke. In this exclusive interview, hear how this award-winning actor got his big break and the trials and tribulations of growing up and staying successful in the movie industry. It's the premiere of GMC Truck Presents Center Stage. Ethan Hawke, tonight after the postgame, only on Yes. Here's the pinch hitter, Wilson Betamete. And that one gets past Pudge and goes to the backstop as the runners move up. They got to take baby steps. A base here now can make it 8-5.
Well, this is just a fastball, not even close. You see where Pudge Rodriguez is setting up on the outside corner. Fernando Rodney's the type of guy that he's possessed. He's got a great fastball. Can get it by many major league hitters, but really has little regard, at least at this point in his career, of command and location. But you could see very difficult and uncomfortable at bats, as Cabrera was in his last at bat. A couple fastballs and a couple changeups.
Off-speed pitch there, and the count 1-1.
Yeah, that seems to be the pitch right there. He's got better control with the changeup. Able to throw that over the plate for a strike on a 1-0 count. Fastball kind of wild, like you said, Al, make for an uncomfortable at bat.
The 1-1. Inside 2-1.
At 96 miles an hour, you'd say, well, why? Who cares? Just aim for down in the zone and throw a strike. But as we see, you would often see, when there's pitchers that don't show that they can throw something other than their fastball, eventually major league hitters will hit 95 plus.
2-1. Foul back, 2-2.
And if this at bat doesn't work out for Betamete, that's going to be the pitch that he's probably going to be kicking himself about. He gets ahead in the count 2-1 and gets a fastball, puts a good swing on it, just fouls it off. Now you got a few thoughts going through your head: change-up or another fastball. A lot tougher to hit with 2 strikes.
2-2. Outside, 3-2. 1 pitch away from loading the bases for Derek Jeter. Swing and a miss, and Rodney strikes out the side. He works into and out of trouble. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 men left in scoring position. We go to the 9th, 8-3 Tigers. designed to create dynamic, beautiful automobiles. Your friends at Jack Daniels, who remind you to please drink responsibly, and by Kia Motors. Kia, the power to surprise. Hot, humid night here in New York City, and it has not been pleasant for the Yankees on the field as they are trailing 8-3 as we head to the ninth inning. Yankees in danger of losing their third straight game. Wilson Betemit pinch hit for Shelley Duncan, so he stays in to play left field. And there's a new pitcher for the Yankees. It's Luis Vizcaino.
Really hits the innings. Vizcaino really has emerged from a rough start early. His first time with the Yankees here, but 60 innings, 46 hits. The walks have been coming down. That was a problem early on, and he credits some of his turnaround with the work that Mariano Rivera has helped him with. Slider's improved, his velocity's up. He's doing a very nice job coming out of this Yankee bullpen.
Here's Sheffield. He's been booed all night by this stadium crowd. You know, we've talked about that bat waggle that he does, and he did it early, as Al explained, just because he was so far out in front of breaking balls. But what happens when he gets older and he slows down and his bat speed slows down? Is he going to have to stop that? I mean, he's 37 now, but I mean, he's got a 3-year contract extension that he signed, so he expects to be playing for a while. Does he have to adjust?
He has a pretty heavy bat. I know he used a 32, 33 ounce sometimes. I imagine that as he gets a little older and maybe slower. There you see a healthy cut on a good fastball from Vizcaino. I would imagine. Tell me, no, same bat out.
No, I agree with you. It'll probably lighten the bat a little bit, but the mechanics I think are going to be the same. And for that, you know, you could do whatever you want to do before you start your swing, as long as you get ready to hit at the right time, in the proper time. You see Gary does all this bat waggle, but he gets the bat in the position to hit when it needs to be. So I think he might slow it down a little bit, Michael, but that's how he hits. That's his timing mechanism. He slows it down. Now he's ready. When you watch hitters at the major league level, at any level, they do some weird things before the pitch comes. But once that pitch is on the way, they have to get into the hitting position. Gary Sheffield does that as well as anybody.
Jim Leyland has given Gary some days off. Not too long ago, his shoulder had been bothering him, a little soreness.
I don't think Gary thinks about a whole lot of mechanics up there, by the way. I mean, he doesn't take a lot of swings in the cage. Kind of just uses batting practice to get loose, get his body ready, and probably, like you said, Al, his shoulder warmed up. Not a guy who goes to the cage a lot, works on his swing, just really a feel hitter, gets up there and sees it and swings as hard as he can.
Fly ball to left field, Betemit. One away. So the Yankees had to use 3 pitchers out of their bullpen. Mike Messina only went 5. Then Farnsworth pitched a scoreless 1 inning. Malone gave up a home run to Pudge Rodriguez in 2 innings of work. And now Vizcaino asked to pitch the 9th. Ordonez swings and misses. So with all the maneuvering, 3 guys out of the bullpen and 3 left fielders, and the Yankees have managed just 3 runs. And the 0-1. Vizcaino is a different pitcher than the one in May. Throwing harder, much more confident.
We came to the Yankees as the 5th most appearances since 2000 of any major league reliever. And early in the season, he was not doing well. He had an over 7 ERA through the end of May. And his last 37 games, is 6-1 with a 1.25 ERA, and that'll certainly pitch you in any bullpen on any team to the position that he's become, the bridge to Mariano.
Missed inside. Ordonez today is 1 for 3, an RBI, a walk, a run scored. You know you're doing pretty well when 1 for 3 drops your average.
He talked about how well Vizcaíno has done lately. He's really turned his year around, but I think he's recognizing swings by batters as well. I mean, Ordonez swung right through 2 fastballs. Vizcaíno, Jorge Posada have stayed with it, 5 fastballs in a row. Might be able to set up a slider right here, but I think he's paying attention a little bit more. You don't have to throw a slider just because you've thrown fastballs.
Swing and a miss on the slider. And there are 2 away. Hey, Yankee fans, get another chance to see all the big hits and great plays another time around with WB Mason Presents Yankees Encore. Later after each game and again the next morning at 9 only on Yes. Here's Carlos Guillen, perhaps the biggest blow of the game. Really changed the feeling that this ballpark had. People were pumped up for a matchup between 2 very good teams, and then boom, a grand slam in the first inning. Kind of changed everybody's thought process. There's a strike.
And really how quickly that ruined the day for Mike Mussina and maybe for the Yankees, depending upon whether they come back. And the setup in the matchup was really for him to pitch around Ordonez, to pitch to a guy that was batting 172 lifetime, and obviously it didn't work out. He hit a changeup for a grand slam.
High fly ball, deep right center. Cabrera back. He has room and he makes the play as he enters the warning track for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning for Vizcaíno and the Yankees. Last legs coming up for the Yankees. Do they have a 5-run rally in their bones? We'll see. Yes, our award-winning Yankees coverage doesn't end with the final pitch. Stay tuned for the Nissan postgame with Nancy Newman to get a recap of all the key plays from this battle with the Tigers, as well as highlights from around the league. Plus, Kimberly Jones has the inside scoop from the clubhouse. The Nissan postgame, it's coverage that you will not get anywhere else, only on Yes. 8-10-0 Tigers, 3-9-1 for the Yankees, and although it's not a save situation, the Tigers turn it over to their closer, Todd Jones. And you see Jones has rung up 31 saves this year. Pretty high ERA, more than a hit per inning. He is not your typical dominating, overpowering closer. Those pitchers actually pitched the 7th and the 8th inning for the Tigers, and Rodney and Zumaya. He's a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Yeah, I think probably his best asset is the way he handles pressure in late in ball games, being able to close them out. Like you said, Michael, doesn't have the best stuff, a little cut fastball, two-seam fastball. Usually throws a lot of strikes, concentrates on strike one. But really his biggest asset is his presence out on the mound, not afraid of the pressure situations.
Alex Rodriguez getting some scouting reports from Kevin Long. It'll be Jeter, Abreu, and A-Rod as the Yankees try to mount a bottom of the ninth rally. Yesterday they did, but it was just 3 runs they had to make up. Now it's 5. They're down 8-3. Jeter is 2 for 3 with a walk. And there's a strike from Todd Jones.
I think Todd Jones was had to find a job, and really what turned his late career turnaround was with the Marlins in 2005. He had 40 saves with a 2.1 ERA after bouncing around with a few teams. And certainly back to a place where he started and was successful.
Along with John Flaherty and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on Yes. Bottom of the ninth inning. Tigers lead the Yankees 8-3. First game of a 4-game set. Tomorrow night on My 9. Saturday is a Fox game at 3:55, and then right back here on Yes on Sunday with a 12 o'clock start for the batting practice show. 12:30 pregame, 1:07 first pitch. Jeter has some success against Jones, 5 for 12 with 3 doubles.
Actually, Michael, Todd Jones was drafted by the Houston Astros, went from Houston, but had most of his early success with the Tigers as a closer with 42 saves and 30 saves, 28 saves respectively. Just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. He cuts the fastball. He'll throw occasional very slow curveball. You can see the movement on that fastball. It's a running, boring fastball in on the right-handers.
Two. High fly ball left field. Marcus Timms is there. And there's one out. Abreu tonight, one big swing, a 2-run home run. That came in the third, just to the left of dead center field. And the pitch is high from Jones.
And now you talked about a little bit of this and a little bit of that against left-handed hitters. You hate to compare anybody to Mariano Rivera, but Todd Jones will cut that fastball in on the hands of the lefties. Will change up right there, but he will cut his fastball in on their hands and then try and go away with a 2-seamer. Unusual for him to be behind in the count right here, 2-0.
A lot of pressure on Jim Leland last year as the Tigers were making that great run that he should close with Zumaya, because Zumaya's overpowering, but he would not change, and he likes what Todd Jones brings to the party. The 2-1. And the count 3-1. A-Rod's on deck. Laces that one into left center field for a base hit. Abreu makes a big turn, but you're down by 5. You don't take any chances. So a 1-out single for the Yankee right fielder. That brings up A-Rod.
And Todd Jones just doesn't have the stuff to pitch behind in the count. Usually he concentrates on strike one and then he goes to work. He gets behind here to Bobby Abreu. Fastball not overpowering. Bobby able to slap it to left center. And like you said, Michael, down by 5, you have to make sure no sense going for second base right there.
A-Rod hit by a pitch in the first inning, then fly to right, grounded to third, and struck out looking. Count 0-1.
And the one error in the ball game made by Alex Rodriguez in the top of the first inning led to a big inning for the Detroit Tigers. I think back, maybe if he would have made that play, probably wouldn't have turned a double play. Maybe gotten the second out of the inning, things might have been a little different.
Grounded softly to short. Guillen has one play. At first he makes it as Abreu advances to second, and the Yankees are down to their final out. And that leaves it up to Hideki Matsui to keep it going. And Pudge Rodriguez goes out and has a talk with his closer. Matsui today, RBI single to left, single to center, fly ball to right, and a strikeout. There's Gene Lamont, trusted lieutenant for Jim Leland, been with him since the Pittsburgh days. Actually, I believe they met with the White Sox when they were both coaches for Tony La Russa. And there's a strike. Runner on second with 2 outs. Tigers lead 8-3. And the game is still alive as Matsui rips one down the right field line and up against the wall. Abreu will score. Matsui will stop at second. An RBI double, his 3rd hit of the night. And now the Tiger lead is 8-4.
Nice hitting here by Hideki Matsui, just getting this hanging curveball. You see that ball middle of the plate, up. A breaking ball that, when thrown properly, is down in the zone. Todd Jones just trying to throw a strike there after a 1 fastball with Hideki Matsui, just keeping this inning alive.
Here's Posada trying to keep the game alive. And the pitch is low, 1-0. If you want to dream, if Posada and Giambi could get on, that would bring up Cano as the tying run. So Matsui is at second. There are 2 outs. Yankees have a run in here in the 9th. They had not scored from the 4th through the 8th. They scored a run in the 1st and 2 in the 3rd. Yankees have left 10 runners on base, and they were 2 for 6 with runners in scoring position.
You're the Yankees and Jorge Posada. You almost have to take it personally, say, I'm not going to be the guy to end this game. I'm not going to make the last out. Keep that approach. You might have the tying run come up to the plate.
Giambi awaits on deck. The 2-1. Rip foul. Nice play by the ball boy. Yankees have actually out-hit the Tigers 11-10. But the Tigers have doubled the Yankees' run total. A blooper in the shallow right field. That is going to dunk in for a base hit. Matsui scores. An RBI single for Posada. It's now 8-5 Tigers. The Yankees refuse to go quietly into the night.
You just have to grind it out. You get in the hole with 2 strikes. Jorge Posada just fights off this cut fastball. Doesn't hit it well, but just puts it in the right spot in front of Granderson. You just got to take it personally. I'm not going to be the guy to make the last out in this ball game. Jason Giambi can continue that. Then you bring up Robinson Cano with a chance to tie this baby up.
Giambi tonight 1 for 4. That single in the 6th inning to right field, and that one is fouled away into the upper deck third base side. And Giambi now down 0-2.
Giambi 2 for 8 lifetime against Jones. Both hits were home runs.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Jones comes upstairs with a fastball, and Giambi swings through, and that'll do it here at the stadium. Yankees stage a rally, but it wasn't enough. 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. And the final score here at the stadium is the Tigers take the first game of this 4-game set, 8-5. So Jim Leyland's team comes back from losing a game against the Indians last night to take the first game of this 4-game set, and the New York Yankees have now lost 3 in a row after having played so well. They had won 9 of their last 10 before this little slide, and they have played so well since the All-Star break. 3 in a row seems kind of hard to believe, but that's exactly what we've seen. They lost 2 of the final games against the 2 final games against the O's, and the first game of this series against the Tigers. More to come. We give out the awards, and then after that, the post-game show with Nancy and Kim. Yankees lose 8-5.